All right, good morning, everyone. The last time I'm gonna do this, call this meeting of the Board of County Commissioners to order. It's gonna be an emotional day. Thank you all for being here. It's really wonderful to see so many faces, and just it's been such an honor to serve with and for you all and on your behalf. So I don't have any remarks prepared, so I think we'll just jump right into our morning session. And we have some business we need to take care of before the swearing in ceremony, which we're expecting to take place right around 9:30. So we'll open it up for public comment this morning, as we always do. First thing, we welcome the public to comment on any topic they wish. You will have up to 3 minutes to comment. If there are folks online, you'll hit raise hand at the bottom of your Zoom screen. There will be a short delay as you are asked to accept promotion to panelists, but we'll start in the room today. Would anyone like to provide public comment this morning? We will start with Deborah and then go to my dad.
Deborah Peterson, I'm in Port Townsend. I'm grateful to have this opportunity to thank you for your service. And Friday's retirement party was wonderful to have an opportunity to hear about the many things that you have done for us. We learned more about you than I ever knew, and kind of like a memorial service, you went, wow, I didn't know that, but you didn't have to die to get all that praise. And I would also like to thank Heidi's and the staff for knocking it out of the park for that party. It was a great event. Thank you all.
My father. We got a picture of that.
Good morning. My name is Bill Dean and I live in, Montgomery, Texas. But for a long time, to those of you that attend Board of County Commissioners meetings, I spent a lot of time in this room when I lived in Fort Ludlow. And Fort Ludlow is still close to my heart, but the thing we're here today for is even closer to my heart, which is Commissioner Dean, who has been a wonderful commissioner for the 8 years. We were here when she was sworn in the first time. Didn't spill any coffee that way. And she has had such a marvelous two terms as county commissioner. We, as the family, and we are represented by many of those family members here, are so proud of you. And we want to just say our congratulations and how proud we are of you, and we look forward to the next chapters as you step forward. So congratulations, Kate. We really
Thank you. Dad in meetings, but then I immediately started calling him dad. Let's go to Apple and Nico.
Good morning, everyone. Of you and Kate. Sorry that I couldn't be at the party on Friday. Heidi, thanks so much for. I've been hearing all weekend the amazing reports of the food, the spread, the place, the sentiments, and Kate, I've known you for a while, and I know that sometimes people keeping attention on you is a bit uncomfortable for you, but I know that you're dealing with that masterfully, because my sentiment is that within all the hard work and the collaboration and the checking in and the supporting and the difficult conversations and the pulling people forward to go beyond some of their limits or their range of comfort is just a testament to how human beings can really work together and understand things at a higher level. You taught me so much. You helped me become the leader that I am in public health. And I have this enormous family here, and you had a big part in doing that. You've seen the arc of my career in a way that nobody else has. And I appreciate your friendship and your wonderful people in your family and your husband who I've gotten to share time with over the years. Public health has been, we've so benefited from your care. And I know the time doesn't always feel like caring time because it's complicated and there's big problems to solve, but it's really felt like care to me, to our public health. So that's a super important quality, and you'll have that for your lifetime wherever you go. And we just love you deeply. Thank you.
It's fun. This is very hard not to respond.
It's your last name. You can break convention.
Okay, I love you, Ethel, and I have learned so much from so many of you in this room. I think it's the thing I will miss the most, actually, is the every single day learning something new, something often very obscure, and come home with the most random facts about roads or you name it.
So I've never done this before. I just want to say that, like, you have taken care of this community for as long as I've known you, and obviously for a couple decades before that. And I have been amazed to know you in that context as a caretaker for your community and for your family and for me. And we are all really proud of you. And as you make this transition from your current role into the next thing, whatever that next thing is, it is now our opportunity to care for you as you have cared for us. So we love you, Kate. Permission to approach again.
Sneaky. All right, would anyone else like to provide public comment on any topic? Ms. Kistler. Do you need help with your sign?
I think what strikes me about witnessing you, all of you, but witnessing you, Kate, be commissioner these last 8 years, is coming to understand the humanity of the people in governance. I mean, being able to witness yours up close, and the fact that you're sort of working inside of and representing this institution that is so big and complicated and hard to shift, and what you have to receive in terms of public comments, and they have half the people who think you're doing great and the other half who think you should be dot. And yet, you know, here's this beating heart, this sensitive person, someone who chose to go into service because they care for community, and the sort of strength and vulnerability it takes to be in that position day in and day out. And seeing that up close has been very, very moving. It has made me appreciate government in a way that I hadn't, because it was just a sort of abstract noun, you know, government. So I just want to honor your humanity, the ups and downs of your heart through all of these years, the extraordinary generosity that it takes to do this work that all of you are doing. And I hope that the next place you go, you get to receive the positive feedback and sense of purpose you deserve. And that goes for all of you, actually. So I love you. I'm proud to be your friend. I've loved having you as my commissioner, and I will love you, whatever you are.
Thank you.
It isn't really often in public comment that I can stand up and say, I agree with everything that's been said. Wholeheartedly. Since 2016, when Phil Johnson decided pretty late to decide not to run, the phone call from Christie, the little encouragement here and there to hearing that you would be a candidate. All along the way, you have shown that you have been the right person at the right time for this job. Every hope that we had has been borne out. It's just been wonderful to have you in this office, and we'll miss you. On to more mundane topics. I want to thank all of the commissioners for establishing a transportation benefit district. Or if you're about to, I'm not sure if it happened yet, but we're much in favor of this. The state does not give counties very many tools to fund the projects that go on, and we understand that the big need that we have for funding sources for roads. Port Townsend went ahead and did that, and we're seeing the benefit of that here in District 1. District 2 and District 3 can also benefit from being in the transportation benefit district. These funds can be used as revenue to leverage into state funding for road work here in our own county, and I think it will definitely pay off. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Great. Anyone else in the room? We will go on. Julia and Lori, you will give a motion to panelist. Go ahead, Julia.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to wish you well as you go onward. You've been a wonderful commissioner. And the only other topic I was going to mention is that I see that laundry vouchers are on your consent agenda. I'm grateful that they're there because when the health department doesn't offer those vouchers, the Recovery Cafe and the Winter Welcoming Center do it on their own, and we both have way tiny budgets. So, yeah, yay. Thank you for putting that on your budget. Hope it passes. And I know whatever you're going to do, I'm going to hear about it and it'll be wonderful. So love you, Kate.
Thank you, Julia. With you. Good morning, Lori.
Good morning, Commissioner. I am unfortunately not able to be there in person today as much as I would like to, but on behalf of Port Townsend Paper, I just wanted to say thank you so much for your service to our community and your support of the mill over these past years. We are eternally grateful to have had you as a partner in Port Townsend, and we wish you the very best in your future adventures. And I really hope that they are adventures. So thank you for everything.
Thank you so much, Lori. It's been a pleasure working with the mill, such an important part of our community. All right, anyone else online or in the room? Okay. I'm going to close public comment, and if I could just say I feel extraordinarily lucky to have worked with the Jefferson County Democrats, and we don't often get political in this room, but I will just say that you have all been a force for good in this community. The level of organization and commitment is unprecedented, I think, for a community our size, and I know I have benefited from it over the last 8 years. I'm guessing my seatmates feel the same way. And it's, you know, as Christy said, this work is very vulnerable, and knowing that you've all had our backs through some really tough decisions where, you know, there might not be an easy right answer, and you have understood that and supported us even through some really tough votes. So thank you. Very, very lucky to have this kind of support system in a rural community. Other responses to public comment?
Oh, you know, thank you all for honoring my seatmate who I've learned so much from. You know, we've honored you once. I'm gonna do it again. You know, I'm not gonna sing for you right now. Okay, but I did. You know, we had a bunch of farm tours and forth over the weekend, and I actually had to cull a lame duck. But throughout this last year, you have been as effective as always, and I'm glad we have more civilized ways of you know, finding a new thing for our politicians to do. But I learned how to do all the things I do well in this job from you. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. I feel like we have come up together in this together.
Yeah, no, it's been a journey. We've been through the crucible, some pretty hard times and some great decisions and some tough ones too. And yeah, it's been great.
And now we get to hang out and dish.
Now we can do this. Yeah, no, yeah, yeah. Just as friends.
Yeah.
That's what I said on Friday. I'm like, we get to be friends now. It's been an honor to sit next to you these last 4 years, and it's gonna feel a little strange. And I'm excited for Heather coming, but it's also gonna feel, because I think Greg and I both sometimes have looked to you as our elder in this role. And so
I am the youngest.
So, it'll be a shift, but, I'm looking forward to seeing how your world shifts. And I know it's gonna be fantastic, whatever you do next.
I'm so curious to watch how you all.
Unleashed, fire.
Watch it. I have such confidence in the three of you, that the county's in very good hands moving forward. I closed public comment, but I know Maggie, it can take you a while to get here. Would you like to provide public comment this morning? Okay, I'm gonna reopen it so that Maggie can come.
Okay, so I would like to talk about false narratives. Government can drive false narratives. Big charity corporations can drive false narratives about the piece of the pie that they use for services. Their media contractors that they contract with or established media help them drive these false narratives. The city says that it spent $63,000 on the Evans Vista camp this year. They say 12,000 for garbage, 13,000 for porta potties, and almost 40,000 to clean up a 200 square foot area that took them about an hour and a half on a Sunday. City workers were gifted this double time and a half. Can you imagine almost $40,000 spent on a 200 square foot area, saying it was a threat to the ecology, which it wasn't? Why? Every day, 5 days a week, the city comes in 1 or 2 trucks and they drive this close to the porta potties, never check them. They drive up the hill and they sit and they wait in their car for about an hour and a half to 2 hours and do absolutely nothing. And then they drive back the way they came and they leave. And then the city says, oh, you've worked so hard. Here, you're gonna go clean up this 200 square foot area on a Sunday. And so you can get this in your paycheck in time for Christmas. Almost $40,000 for an area not even as big as this room. Hoist that rag. You know, hoist that rag. And so when Greg says not all documentarians or media are driving a false narrative, he's wrong, because when you talk to the AG, when you talk to the Department of Commerce, they fear implicating government hand in hand with these contractors and big charity donators, which they are implicated because they're working together. And they're also driving the false narrative, and they're also involved in exploitation of homeless people. And what they say matters.
Thank you, Megan. So a good reminder, I won't speak to the content, the city's work, we largely are separate from and stay out of, but I just want to say thank you, Maggie. You have been a fierce advocate for the unhoused, and I've learned a lot from you, and thank you for your persistence in showing up here. Any other responses?
It's one of my favorite Tom Waits songs, so anytime you want to make a Hoist That Rag reference, I'm in for it, and we all do our best, and I'm, as Kate says, none of these services that are at issue today are county provided services, but I think they are all services that are there to support the indigent. Yeah, I guess I'll just say that, but I'm glad you're here.
I'm always glad to hear from you, Maggie, and don't stop coming.
I won't.
All right, now I'm gonna really close public comment, and we're gonna move on and look at our consent agenda. So thank you everyone for coming. Stick around for a few minutes if you want to stay for the swearing in. Feel free to take off if you're not inclined to, but I so appreciate the love and support shown here today from all of you, and we'll just really, really miss this. I wasn't sure I would feel that way, but I feel sad. My last bike ride to the courthouse this morning was teary.
No. You're still back there. I mean, I don't make public comment or nothing.
All right, we have a huge consent agenda we're gonna look at so that we can get some things rolling on the administrative end. What would folks like to call out?
It's of course a gigantic one with lots of important work. I'll call out a couple things. It's great to have the ODT from Milo Perry out to Anderson Lake State Park. That's huge. Constructing the trail. That is fantastic news. And yeah, Kate has worked so hard on that. Great to see the sheriff's office command staff bargaining agreement on there, the lodging tax fund awards. The paper to digital grant is great. I mean, all this stuff is really exciting. The one thing I'd call out, I guess, is item number 4, which is amending the pay rate for the county administrator. I'd like to pull that out of consent agenda if you can.
We do have more chairs come in, by the way.
And the reason for pulling it out is because, as I don't think I've really hidden, I'm interested when this position starts, we start advertising and soliciting folks for this position and applying for this position myself.
So you're pulling it off the agenda?
Pulling it out of the consent agenda as a separate thing, so I don't vote on it, just out of
I see.
appearance, I just don't wanna be voting
Got
on
it.
the salary of a job, that I might put my name in that.
Okay,
Great. Although you could, okay, so we'll just vote on it separately, and
Yes.
you'll abstain.
Yep.
Okay, great. Sorry folks, I don't know if you heard me say, we do have some more chairs coming, so bear with us.
I'll say also great to have Barbara Ehrlichman back in the county family.
Yeah, very exciting. Anything else? Do you want to talk about the pet policy, or shall I?
I'm just thrilled to see it there. I think the policy is written well, and so a lot of people know that, I think all 3 of us are pet people. But over the course, the last pet policy we had for the county was written in 1999. And it was a very different time, and all of our jurisdictional partners, the city, the port, the community, have a pet policy for their workplaces. And I have an aging pet who I'm very attached to.
And vice versa.
And she's become increasingly important to me over the last year. My mom died in April, anyway. And I can't imagine spending the next 4 years here without her. So that's my vulnerability around the pet thing, but I'm really grateful for our staff, for Mark. I started with Mark and Sean for bringing this to the agenda, and I am thrilled. Smiley will make her appearance after we adopt the pet policy. The full reading of the pet policy.
And this is, of course, is a pilot program. with pets.
Right, 6-month pilot program.
Appreciate the alliteration more than anything else.
Yep.
All right,
You gonna talk about the pet policy?
I don't have a lot to say about.
Okay,
pet policy.
okay.
I know you have a lot more to say.
I'm thrilled about the OT section. from Milo Curry to Anderson Lake State Park too, and
That's so big.
helped. I played in that paddling pool a little bit, working with Steve Derringer to get the initial funding for the planning within the Anderson Lake State Park. We took that over from Kate and he got it in there, and we're really grateful that he's been a great partner on the Olympic Discovery Trail and in so many other ways, and I'm glad to see this is on our agenda.
Yeah, I think we used to say every mile of trail would be $1 million in a year's worth of work, and I think it's actually gotten a lot more expensive, but. Great to see it.
Don't you want to make this motion?
I will move to approve the consent agenda item minus item number 4.
I will second that motion.
All right, any further discussion? Anything, Mark?
We have a walk-on item to be considered after the vote.
Yep, I can do that. We have time, you can do, does that need to happen before 9:30?
It'll be quick.
Okay.
All right, all those in favor of approval of the consent agenda minus item number 4, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Consent agenda is approved.
Do number 4 real quick.
Any luck with chairs? Carolyn? Oh, great, thank you, Wendy. All right, and we have a quick item to walk
You want to do
on.
number 4 real quick?
Oh, sure, yeah, let's look at number 4. So this is a resolution amending pay for Jefferson County Administrator. Maybe Sarah could speak to it. Great, thank you. Oh, thank you. Morning, good morning.
So the county administrator pay, how we develop pay rates for county administrator is the same with other employees. It's based on our comparable counties and analyzing and collecting information from these comparable counties and then establishing a pay rate based on that information. So that's what I presented here today, the information to you. And so what that does is it provides us the opportunity to have a pay rate establishment methodology that we're all aware of. And also because I think everyone knows by now that our county administrator, Mark McCauley, is retiring in June. And so we'll be initiating a process in late January to replace that position. And so we'll need a pay raise in order to do that.
Thank you, Sarah.
I'm happy to make a motion that we approve a resolution amending the pay rate for Jefferson County's administrator and resolution 53-1014-24R longevity pay, personal time off, and the 2023 salary schedule, and adopting the 2024, 2025, and 2026 salary schedule for the FLSA and exempt management and professional employees.
I will second. And so just to say, this isn't actually changing the pay, it's just putting it in the consistent form that we do for all of our employees. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. All right. We're still 2 minutes ahead.
I forgot one more thing.
Okay.
Can you share my screen real quick? So this didn't quite get onto our consent agenda, but I think maybe Sean could, well, I can talk. All right, Mark, you want to talk to it real quick?
Yeah, and you know, Friday was a crazy day getting ready for Kate's farewell event, and staff left at 2 o'clock to set that place up. This item missed the boat, and so we're happy that you're considering it now. Kate, you brought this to my attention, the decrepit double-wide manufactured home on the fairgrounds with an associated storage facility. You wanted that, the fair board wanted it removed, and there's a photo of it up on the screen. We took a tour of it, Sean, Carly, and I last week. We have a contractor lined up. We have a contract that's been reviewed by the PAO and by risk. Total amount for surveying the materials in the building, abating any asbestos or any other hazardous materials, demolishing and removing it all, $48,948. So we would ask that you approve the contract this morning so we can get on with that work.
I move that we approve the construction contract as presented here today.
I'll second.
All right, we'll open up to public comment as we are required to do. I'll just add, as a reminder to folks, that county owns the Jefferson County Fairgrounds. We see this structure as a liability and as an attractive nuisance, so it is not inhabitable, so removing it is reduction of risk. Would anyone like to provide public comments on this issue?
One amendment to the approval. It says here that general fund will pay for this. This is coming out of the risk management fund.
Interesting, okay, great. And is that just in the agenda request, Mark, that it says, is it just in the agenda request that it mentions the general
Correct.
fund, or do we need to amend the
Correct.
contract?
No, it's just the agenda request.
Okay, great. Seeing no public comment, I'll call the question. All those in favor of approval of the contract, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Sean, for bringing that forward. All right, now we are at the exciting part of it. We, have the honor of Judge Brendan Mack is joining us to do swearing in. I'm gonna move the podium, I think. Brendan, do you have any use for the podium or?
No.
Okay. And can I just hand this off to you?
You sure can.
Swearing in?
I say right down here, we can.
I'll be the test run.
Okay. Practice. Okay, let's kind of in the middle here.
Okay.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you, Heidi Eisenhower, solemnly promise that you will support the Constitution of the United States, the laws of the state of Washington and all local ordinances, and that you will faithfully and impartially perform and discharge the duties of office as County Commissioner, District 2, for a term of 4 years in and for Jefferson County, Washington, according to law, to the best of your ability?
I do.
All right.
I will provide an opportunity for public comment and who's swearing in.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you, Heather Dudley Nowlett,
Well done.
solemnly promise that you will support the Constitution of the United States, the laws of the state of Washington and all local ordinances, and will you faithfully and impartially perform and discharge the duties of office as County Commissioner, District 1, for a term of 4 years in and for Jefferson County, Washington, according to law, to the best of your ability?
I will.
All right.
Give you one too.
Oh, I'll be.
I did, but it's in my car. I'll grab it. Okay.
Well, it's obviously a momentous day, and we'll say this swearing in takes effect January 1st or December 31st at midnight, however you choose to describe it. So you're not done with me yet. But just couldn't feel better about leaving the county in such good hands. Heather's very capable hands, bringing decades of experience in the public sector and housing most recently. She brings so much to the table. And Heidi, you are in for the best. Everybody says the second term is the best. And I think you're gonna have an exciting road ahead. Be chair next year. Chair. Faith in your abilities, and it will be a joy to watch you as well.
Thanks, Kate.
Sure. Greg, any comments before we open it up?
Oh, just really excited. I mean, Heidi, I feel like we're siblings already.
Yeah.
Doing everything else, but, And yeah, can't wait to keep, digging in with you. I feel like we got a good head of steam and we're like a good equitable head of steam. So I love working with you and Heather. I can't wait to see what you bring to the board. One new member is a whole new board. So we're gonna be different next year than we are this year. And I think we're gonna be great. So I'm really looking forward to working with you.
Heidi, Heather, anything you'd like to say?
I'm just excited. I've been saying, people are like, well, do you know Heather? I'm like, well, Heather and we met when we were 12. We were adventurous.
Yeah.
We did summer camp on the schooner adventures together when we were kids, and when you sail on that boat together, it's a good foundation for life. So I know that we can both hoist the main and trim the sails, and I'm honored that you stepped up for this role and look forward to you joining us here in the dais very soon.
Very soon.
Yeah.
Heidi does have the lock on the maritime metaphors though. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, I just am so honored by everyone in this room. I've spent the last several days really, got to attend Commissioner Dean's going away party, which was wonderful and humbling. I mean, I'm sitting there in that room for 90 minutes hearing about the legacy that you have left. And I know that, I've experienced that as a community member. And I know that I'm stepping into big shoes, and people have reminded me that I won't be Commissioner Dean. Right, I'll be Commissioner Dudley Nolet with the lots of letters in it and very much. Yes, email address on the and I do, I just feel so deeply honored. I'm built for public service. That's what I'm for. And when you called me, Kate, and asked me to consider taking on this role, it truly was one of the biggest honors of my life. And so thank you for putting that faith in me. Thank you to Commissioners Eisenhower and Brotherton for welcoming me. Thank you for all the work that you've done, Mark. And it will be very difficult to replace you, but I will be honored to participate in that work. And I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go and excited and duly trepidatious about all of the challenges ahead. And I think that's appropriate at this point. So thank you for having me. Thank you. Thank you, citizens.
I could just comment from here, I'll do that because of our current situation. I just want to say there is nobody else I would be more thrilled to help get elected than Heather in this time. There was not a lot of time to look for the perfect candidate, and Kate, luckily you pulled her, pulled her phone number on your Rolodex, and it happened. Heather, you rose to the challenge, and I'm just so humbled to have been any part of your future success.
We stand on the shoulders of those who came before us. Yeah.
Can I also just quickly thank my family? Thank you to Scott and Ron and Aiden especially, and to my mom and my dad who are here as well, Joanne and Harry. It was an amazing campaign team. My father-in-law, Paul, my sister-in-law, Karen Nolet. They have just been so supportive of this whole process, knowing that especially to the three in my house of the impact that it and it's been an absolute honor to be supported in this way. I'm excited to move forward, and to my campaign team. A lot of them are in this room. I wouldn't be here without them. So thank you so much.
It's such a team effort.
It is absolutely a team effort.
I have required so much support from the people in this room here today, including my daughter, my sister, my mom, my dad, my husband, my friends, and you all have a really important role to play in keeping Heather's chin above the water at times ahead. So thank you for being here and for supporting her, and I hope to be a part of that support team too. I'll be calling you. Because you won't be able to. You all for being here. Congratulations, the two of you. Everyone's getting elected, but it's hard work getting started. Okay. Now on to more mundane business.
Deal with that.
Briefing on the 105 page, ADA tag, will take 5 minutes.
We're gonna squeeze you.
Okay, Miley.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
okay. Okay, I'll step on it. Okay. Perfect.
Great. How you doing? Today.
Okay, so you'll.
Yeah.
Figure out dinner.
I think our last. Yeah.
Okay. Give me a call or text.
They love to be in the line.
Or John today.
I think. Take care of her.
Yeah, we will.
Feel like I've gotten 3 more kids.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Come to me if you need me. Yeah, I'm right here. Good. Bye, Bruce. Bye, Bruce. Bye, thanks so much.
All right, we're gonna, even though folks are still filing out, we're gonna try to quickly get through our briefing on a draft of the 2024 Jefferson County Public Right of Way. Thank you. Transition plan. Or Kuzma, Assistant Public Works Director. Welcome.
Thanks. Onto the mundane business. So because it's the right thing to do, but also because it's a prerequisite for us to maintain our federal funding, we have to prepare this public right of way ADA transition plan. County has an ADA transition plan, the global one for all facilities from 1992. We kind of hung our hat on that, but it didn't specifically reference facilities in the public right of way. So this is specific again to the public right of way. This is a draft plan. We put it out. It's not for, formal. I mean, it's for comment, but we don't have to do it by way. It's not going to be hearing, and there's no, we didn't put a legal notice or anything like that, but we did put it out to all the newspapers and the big social media outreach. So this is just to brief you guys that we have this plan, and then we'll come back for adoption by the board by a resolution beginning of January. So
Does the city have a similar plan?
I believe they do.
Okay.
I'm not sure. So, agenda, that was what I just covered. Next. So ADA transition plan, again, specific to the public right of way, identify barriers, describe methods to remove them, schedule, and then identify the official responsible implementing plan. Me, Sean is the in charge of the greater plan. 504 coordinator is the central services director for all facilities. This is specific to public right of way. Barriers. included in the plan, pedestrian crossings, again, buildings and parks not included. There are also some basic policies included in the plan. It's all available online. You can see it. It's big, fat document, which is like, but useful information. Personnel, again, the ADA coordinator, ADA and 504, Sean, myself, and then I'm the person responsible for implementing the PROW, public right of way ADA plan. Then there's all those appendices in the plan, the ADA notice, B1, grievance procedure, we already had that. B2, and then the APS signal, that's one of the things we're required to have in the plan. We don't have any of them currently. We have some signals that we've put in, but they're on DOT right away. DOT's responsibility. With the trail that we went out to advertise today, we will have a crossing on Highway 20. DOT is not going to take that on, so that will be our crossing within the DOT's right away, meaning that we'll have to maintain it. That will, when next update, that will be included into this plan. So we, as part of the plan, we estimated the cost of doing each of these things and did a count. So curb ramps, sidewalks per 100 foot, sidewalk with drainage, and type 1 driveway. That's a rough cost to upgrade each one of them. In the plan, we have to show how we're going to schedule and pay for all of these things. And basically we're saying we can't and we aren't. We have no funding and therefore there is no schedule and budget. We will, as projects happen, make these improvements. But what we are doing is making a bunch of improvements to the state road system for ADA facilities. So that's what is highlighted in the plan. So hopefully that'll be sufficient, you know, from a HWA's perspective. Thanks. So that's why, even with the limited ADA facilities that we have, we're still looking at $15 million of improvements. So.
I'm sorry, can I ask one question on that? Are driveways a responsibility to make?
Well, when there's a driveway on a sidewalk, then think about, I mean, not a great example, even though we won award, Chunkum Road, right, where we have the turn lane, and then there's that, you know, the sidewalk just kind of goes up and down and up and down in every driveway, and so every one of those is a ramp that has to meet ADA standards, and the majority of them don't. Okay, so a driveway where there's no facility doesn't have to. Correct. We have a webpage up on the county site, and then, you know, the draft comment period is through January 3rd, and we'll come back to the board after that.
Has this been sent to the DASH group, disability awareness?
Good question. I'm not certain. We did a big media dump. I'm not sure if we dash or not, but I can certainly get it out to them.
Be good
Yeah, I'll
to get that.
Yeah, we'll give it to Pat Neal so she can share it with her group.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, it seems like identifying the obstacles, that's part of their jam, right?
Yeah, and you know, it's hard, we don't want to raise the expectation that we can afford to make these modifications, but as projects happen, are we required then for a lot of new project funding to?
Any new project, obviously. So, and then, you know, and all the trail segments we built, they've all been to ADA standards. That was a big, you know, driver on the current trail project to try and make it up Majestic Hill at 5%. And so that's gonna be quite the trail amenity. Either people are gonna love it or hate it. With the 6 serpentine switchbacks climbing up the hill. It is.
Well, I went straight down it with John Fleming and fell.
Switchback or two.
Yeah.
Right, any other comments? Or a little bit behind on our hearing, but honestly,
Appreciate the early look.
yeah, and in the spirit of learn new things every day, I in 8 years had not seen this report. I thought I'd seen all the reports. I haven't seen, so.
Did you have a question?
Well, quickly, while I'm here, if you guys, do you want an update on Upper Hill Road?
Oh, yes, please. I saw the pictures this morning. It looks like worse and worse. Huh?
Yeah, so the park is closed. We sent the email out, you guys were copied on that last week, saying that we were reducing it to one-way traffic. There was a crack down the edge of pavement. Park's gonna bring up pictures.
Yeah.
That crack as we figured it would, that piece is falling off, so it's right along the edge of pavement. Weather for the next couple of days looks okay, but then it looks like we're looking Thursday, 1.5 inches of rain or so, and then there's rain from there. Will it reach that 30,000 level again? Will it get higher? Hopefully not, but there's a good chance.
Didn't that happen at 10,000?
That happened at 30,000.
Oh, okay.
So again, rivers typically run around 3,000 CFS. You know, that Tuesday, we got 3 to 4 inches of rain, it jumped up to 30,000. But again, that's not, it'll jump up to 60,000 in a high rain event, so.
Yeah, this photo coming up shows it most effectively.
And so the email from Federal Highways was saying that if was it an emergency event that precipitated this, and it was it?
Well, I mean, it depends on the context, I guess, you know, an emergency event, they might be referring to well, was it an emergency event? High rainfall caused it, but is it a declared emergency event? I'm not sure that any thresholds have been met, so I don't know that. So it just depends on who you're asking, again, what context, I guess. What we were speaking to there is we're sitting on a bunch of money. Could they go in there and do some preventative, proactive things to keep it from washing out, because it gets way more expensive? It remains to be seen, but it doesn't seem like Federal Highways is gonna be able to help. Their hands are tied.
So for the sake of the Federal Highways funding, the email that was sent, it does not meet the threshold for emergency to trigger that funding being available. Is that accurate?
Well, again, it depends on, I think it's a statewide, how much, if you're gonna understand your question, how much damage was done and did it need a threshold? It's not gonna be, this site alone isn't gonna do that, especially because we haven't lost the road yet. We can't go in and do anything until we actually lose the road. It's unfortunate.
And there's, did I read one private residence beyond this?
Part-time.
There's one residence and then part-time. I mean, it's just family use it, I think, as a cabin. So
Okay.
no one's there currently.
Okay.
But again, out of abundance of caution, we let the park closed, I think, because they just want to keep people out of there. And then this morning, we actually closed, this is alternating one way. We closed it to all but local traffic, assuming that it's gonna happen. And apparently, we also have a washout on South Shore.
Oh, right.
But I haven't seen photos yet.
The bill was going down
On our
there.
way out there right now to look at it, so.
And the park has just closed the whole Rainforest Visitor Center, is
I
that?
believe so.
Then they closed it. They announced that earlier down the Ho Road.
Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna put some signs out at the end. To do read a board or something.
And is it just a stop sign for alternating traffic? We don't have, or do we have a?
We have a whole traffic control plan, so there's advanced warning and then signs right before it.
Okay.
But then I
It's not
think he's gonna put
alternating
well,
Oh, it's not alternating traffic?
it's alternating.
Oh, I thought you said you closed it. Okay.
Well, it's alternating one way
For
and
local.
this morning we closed it, all the local traffic, so it's one way for local traffic. Yeah, so
Thank you.
Thanks, Eric.
try to do better.
Yeah, no.
Maybe we have to
I
build
wish
a
we had
bridge.
some tools.
Thank you.
Yeah, it'll only take 20 years to get permitted and.
We're still paying for, Oil City Road and lots of these projects.
Thanks, Eric.
Yeah.
First, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, thanks everyone for your patience. We have a 9:45 hearing on the fourth quarter budget appropriations and extensions. So welcome to Judy Shepherd, our finance manager. Going to open this hearing. We will provide an opportunity for the public to provide testimony on the fourth quarter budget appropriations after hearing a brief staff presentation. Good morning, Judy.
Lots of activity this morning and the 23rd of the month, right? I know it's right before Christmas and all that, but I appreciate the extra time for the fourth quarter appropriation. We kind of moved it later in our schedule for the month, just because there's, we want to try to avoid emergency appropriations as much as possible. And so this gave us the extra time to be able to do that. So, so for the fourth quarter, we're looking at, and you'll just scroll up just a little bit more. There you go. So for the general fund, we're looking at revenues, one-time appropriation of 59,406 and one-time expenditure appropriation of 541,847. We'll get into the details in just a minute. And then for other funds, we're looking at 550,000 in revenue and 840,559 in expenditures. So at the end, also, I'll give you a brief recap of the year to show you what we've actually appropriated for the entire year, because this is fourth quarter. So let's go ahead and dive into it. make it a little, oh, there we go. Can we make it a little bit bigger? Okay. Right, so for the auditor, we are doing salaries and benefits, increase to the fourth quarter. And the main reason for this is a position was added to the payroll, for a third payroll position at the beginning of the year. Well, then between people being, leaving the county, coming on to the county, we didn't know how it would flush out before the end of the year. We thought we might have enough budget in there, and it came to light that we didn't have enough budget in there for salaries and benefits. And I have to say, for the general fund, this is the only one we're doing for salaries and benefits. So we did a really good job. Forecasting what our salaries and benefits would be for 2024. So this is the only one for that. And that's a total of 55,000. Right, next one, emergency management is a net effect to the budget of 0 for a grant award and the associated expenditures. Grant coming from medical reserve corps, for emergency management. All right. Next one is community services. The Jefferson County Fair billed late, and so we ended up for 2023, so we ended up paying it in 2024. Didn't have the budget in there, I put it in there, we realized it for the fourth quarter. So we had to increase the budget to an additional 50,000.
I should say it was late because we were finalizing our operating agreements.
Okay, prosecutor, we had approved budget for the capital expenditure for Carpel, which is a case management software. What we didn't appropriate, or what we didn't put into the budget, were travel expenditures, so those had to be added to that cost. And then they also had an increase in travel, and then an additional amount for trial related expenditures for a total of $26,027.
So I'm sorry, the Carpel increase is because of consultant travel?
No, it's the implementation
Okay.
travel, so they came here to implement it.
Yeah.
And so that wasn't in part of the original, it just had travel expenditures and it didn't have a dollar amount associated with that. So I am working to kind of sort that out with them and just make sure everything's on, up on that one. Okay, Jefferson County Sheriff, we have an RSAT grant for October through December 2024 for 49,406. And then the offsetting expenditures for that. And then inmate medical sensors that are being paid for by the risk pool. And then an additional portable radio replacements of 26,414.
Yeah, those medical sensors monitor vital signs and communicate to staff. So that if someone is trying to hurt themselves and their vital signs begin to spike, or heart rate begins to drop, then they know they've got an emergency on their hands. So this is an important risk reduction advance.
Apple Watches for the prisoners.
Well, they don't keep them.
Right, I know.
I'm gonna know what the RSAT, it's a Believe in Recovery.
Oh,
It's like Believe in Recovery is providing a service in the.
Right, they are, yeah, and then, and that grant comes directly, is for corrections, so that, and I've had quite a bit of conversation with them about that. You'll also see later on another appropriation for mental health fund for the 25% match that we're required to do to receive that money.
that grant is for medical services while incarcerated, right? It's like.
That's what I
It kind of,
understand it, yeah.
it fills up the gap in Medicaid when you lose your Medicaid when you're incarcerated.
I don't know that detail to that level, okay, but, and it might also be some other counseling, those types of services.
You're saying it's something, substance abuse treatment?
Yeah.
But I'm just not familiar with RSAT.
Okay, next one, auditor O&M, Fund 105. This was an increase in their maintenance agreement, so that we didn't have enough in the budget for it. And we are seeing across the board, increase in service agreements. And we saw a lot of that in 2025 budget as well, so we needed to do this one for 24.
Okay, public health, there's three of them here. Mostly operating supplies, in admin, general, liability insurance, additional that wasn't, or it wasn't budgeted. But then there was also an FPHS refund. And I had a conversation with public health about this. The total across their three appropriations is 101,415. And that's actually a lower amount that they have in past years, you know, than what they've had to give back in past years. And so they are working to use as much as those FPHS funds. And they are actually on track to even using more for the fiscal year 24-25. So they're continuing wanting to use the funds that are being given to them. And some counties are giving about way more money than ours is, so. And then for community health on 127, again, operating supplies and FPHS funds.
That may be a good thing to workshop at some point in the new year, early in the new year, just so we're all, because the Foundation of Public Health funds were kind of a new thing in the last few years, and it would be just kind of good to get an update from Apple.
Okay.
I think she's planning to do that at Board of Health.
Oh, great, okay, well then we'll get it.
Probably the
Yeah,
appropriate place for that.
yeah.
Okay, and then let's see, environmental health, also operating supplies, and then the refund as well. So it's spread across those three departments. Water quality on 128. So the revenue for expenditures, 45,000 was already, they're going to be receiving the revenue in 2025, but they have the expenditures in 2024. So they needed to increase expenditures 45,000 for miscellaneous professional services. Anticipated professional services is the Whole River Resiliency Project. That was 70,000, and then Dosey Walcott, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. Yeah. Habitat preservation and improvement was 50,000. So that's a total of 165,000.
And is that revenue for expenses because we have to invoice to get paid?
Right, we do.
For a grant.
And it's a fiscal year, right?
Right.
So, you know, it just, we're calendar years.
But in some cases, that's why the money comes after
Yes,
the activity.
Exactly. Mental health, again, I'd already mentioned, this is the 25% match for RSET.
And I just confirmed that RSAT stands for Residential Substance Abuse Treatment.
I think
Okay,
it's
so
MAT
it's-
treatment, right? Medically assisted treatment, I think is what we covered.
Okay. And then BCD, so this is a transfer of 300,000 from the general fund to DCD. We're proposing a 200,000 one-time transfer from the general fund that would be transferred as needed to get through year end. And then later on, we're also proposing $100,000 interfund loan that is going to be paid back by DCD because the expectation of increased revenues in 2025 and the less use of consulting to handle the work because they're fully staffed.
Looking at that later one, I
We
feel
are-
a lot more comfortable about the HJ Carroll loan than I do about the DCD
I
loan, I
know.
have to say.
I know.
Although don't they have some grant reimbursements that they're anticipating as well?
Exactly, and they're still using consultants this year in 2024. Even, you know, through fourth quarter, so.
Well, and it'll continue into next year.
Right.
As well.
Well, and I don't know how much in my first term I've listened to people talk about delays at DCD, and they're doing so well right now.
Yep.
Comparatively to 2 years ago, that I feel like
Oh, yeah, we
we
can't.
talked
not
about
do it.
the need to make this investment, and it makes us nervous, but it's needed, absolutely, and it's the thing we hear about the most,
Agreed.
especially out in districts 2 and 3.
So we can talk about the interfund loans after this. I believe.
Yeah, so it's a
Okay.
item.
Right. Okay, Public Works, grant match for the Public Health RCO grant. Central Services, salaries and benefits because of the Teamsters CBA that was approved, and there's another one for Fund 506 also. I do that one out of order. And then the H.J. Carroll Park, this is for the interfund loan. So we have to have budget in there, permission to spend. So for the 250,000, that would bring it up to the 350,000. Okay. And then I already mentioned 506.
Yep.
Construction and renovation, I skipped over construction and renovation is also salaries and benefits due to the central services CBO.
That's you.
That's the end. I know, kind of a large packet.
Big one.
Reconciling.
A lot of movement.
Right.
Yeah.
And as Heidi pointed out, though, a lot of that, you know, the expenses over revenue is a time issue more than anything.
Yeah. Exactly.
Any questions before I open it up?
Nope.
All right. Thank you, Judy. This is a public hearing, so we welcome public testimony on the specific amendments and extensions discussed here today. Would anyone in the room or on Zoom like to provide public testimony? If so, please raise hand at the bottom of your screen or indicate here in the room. Up to 2 minutes to testify on the items presented here today. Not seeing any hands raised. Last call.
I'll double check with Wendy to see if anything was emailed in.
Okay, great. Not received anything via email previously. Just a minute, make sure it's nothing last minute, came by email.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yes, none.
Okay. So I will close the hearing and the deliberation.
Bigger than I like to see, you know, I mean, we understand the reasons behind it, so I don't have that. Nothing gives me really second thoughts. So.
For context, the budget for the whole county was like 114 million. So this is.
Yeah.
We used to call it budget dust.
Budget dust, okay. Oh, well, yeah.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, they're all necessary adjustments and, you know, the timing of grants is always, it always makes me nervous. And then, oh, the funding comes later, so I know that that's a number of these items, so.
Well, I'm happy to move that we approve a resolution approving fourth quarter 2024 budget appropriations and extensions for various county departments as presented here today.
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous and passes. Thank you. Great work. All right. Then we're gonna move right into a discussion and potential action regarding interfund loan resolutions.
Knocking them out today.
Getting stuff done left and right. And looks like we should be fine for our 10:30 hearing in the corner. Office,
So the first one is, which one's the first one? Is it the 143?
Yeah.
Okay, so for the community development, so the total amount that has already been transferred is 1,089,543. With the 200, if we look at the 300,000 we just approved for the appropriation, and we do 100,000 of that with an interfund loan, we would be at 1.289,543, which is a very large number. We are in the 2025 budget slated to transfer 1,250,000. The total amount of that over the 2-year period of 24 and 25 is 2.5 million. Now, the reason I suggested an interfund loan is that we knew there's some liquidity issues. There's issues of paying consultants. There's issues of slow payments from some people that they're, you know, expecting money from. And so that's why I opted to do 100,000 as an interfund loan. They'll get that money right away. The other 200,000 that we just approved in the appropriation would then be transferred as needed. You may not have to transfer all that. I'm hoping we don't. But they've had some revenues come in. They got some money from I think, Pleasant Harbor, you know, some other areas. So and part of it is, I feel like the general fund has, I mean, it's spending a lot, we're putting a lot of money into DCD, and I understand that. I understand we have to do it. The challenge is, once you create an animal, you have to feed the animal, right? So, Mark, would you like to jump in on this?
A couple things. So I think there are two invoice runs in January, 13th month, that'll post to December. The December payroll will post on January 5th. So after the second invoice run, we'll have perfect knowledge about how much DCD needs and how much of the transfer to effect. So we'll transfer down to the dollar. Now, next year, we have a couple of, we have a position where the incumbent had a medical issue, a severe medical issue, and that position hasn't been filled. And Josh is looking at using the clerk hire to do some of the work that position was created to do. In addition, Brent Butler, our chief strategy officer, his work is tapering. And so sometime, I believe, between now and the 3rd of June, Brent, I think his work will be at a level that can be handed off to other DCD employees. So there's some cost pressure being relieved in 2025. And so the big number that Judy's talking about hopefully will shrink a little.
So I feel like, here I am saying, it would be helpful to see the impact of these. And I mean, these are investments, right? We're investing in ourselves and our community by making these extra allocations to the DCD budget. But I know a lot is coming from that. There's a lot of comp plan work happening. There's a lot of efficiency around the permitting process. And there's a lot that those investments have lifted over the course of the last couple of years. It would be good for us at some point to kind of get a report on that from the team.
Well, Commissioner, we're going to schedule work plan presentations.
Okay, great.
And so that'd be the perfect venue for that.
Perfect.
And just to add on to that, as you work on DCD and their work plan, like the distinction between planning and the permit side of it is really, sometimes it gets muddied a little bit as we're talking. And I mean, we've underfunded planning for so long that here we are, right? So I'd love to have that kind of broken out a little bit in a
Sure.
workshop.
Right. And consider that 2008, before the Great Recession, the DCD, I think, had 25 employees. I think they're now up to 23 and a half. And so they're still below where they were 16 years ago, or however many years that is. And so you get what you pay for it. And the fact that I have not had one call about permit wait times, and I haven't heard from any of you on that either.
No, it's been much better.
You know, I think the leadership, the management structure, I think has accomplished all the objectives that we had for DCD.
One other thing that maybe in the workshop, the fire marshal's office so far seems like it's been a lot that we did off, and I'm not sure if we can actually do it. So I'd love.
Yeah, and I've had regular meetings, and it's time for you to hear directly about the program.
Right. Yeah.
And a lot of it's gonna hinge on short-term rentals.
Okay.
Because, you know, if we permit 350 of those, they gotta be inspected.
Right.
And so that's a source of revenue. So, yeah, and hopefully, we're gonna schedule those work plan presentations earlier in 25 than we have in the previous year.
Just a couple other factors that I don't think we've mentioned is the enormous amount of work that the legislature has handed DCD. Some of it funded, much of it not. And
300 grand for climate.
yeah, which is, you know, it's great that was covered, but then you look at something like Senate Bill 5290, which wasn't funded at all. And so
then
we can
recompete,
see.
you know, they got 60 grand for recompete. So, you know, the work's just been piled on.
Yeah, and we have the planning commission for years and years that they feel that, you know, DCD doesn't have the capacity to support them. properly. And so, you know, as our advisors, I think listening to them is really valuable too. If they need more support to be effective.
Okay, so that's goal number one.
Yeah, should we take well, let's do them both so that we can do public comment all at once and try to stay on schedule here.
So the next one is pretty simple. The jump park, the next phase of the jump park has been completely funded now by grant funds. However, they need liquidity to be able to actually start work, and they plan on doing that in January. The anticipation is they have to have it done by June 2025, by the end of the fiscal year. And so therefore, the expectation is that they have all the money they need to do the work. They just need money to be able to pay the contractors and then ask for reimbursement from the grant. So
Cash flow.
This is
issue.
phase 3, right?
yes.
2.
Oh,
And this,
I
Eric,
thought it was 3, I'm sorry. Okay.
Eric, this takes care of the orca whale problem, right? Okay,
Is that the
thank you.
hot surface problem?
Yeah.
Canopy, right? Is that?
Both canopy and painting the whale as well. We're gonna double down.
Are they belugas?
Lighter color.
Belugas now?
Baby beluga.
That was my solution from the beginning.
Instead of a dorsal fin.
Yeah. Climb on it, how are you?
So the money would be loaned out of capital improvement fund, Fund 302. And the interest with the 5% interest was, I have consulted on the interest with Stacy on this. And this is what she recommended, even though, you know, it could be more, but our LGIP is going down interest rate, so it kind of makes up the difference there to just stay at 5%.
I have no qualms at all about this. It's exciting to get that phase done and, you know.
Yeah, rather quickly before summer.
Yeah,
You know.
that's great.
Yeah, and we want to support both our departments and our nonprofits to be getting this kind of funding, but it's a pain that it's on a reimbursement basis, so the more we can help with the cash flow, the better.
Yeah, and I'll just give kudos to Judy for having developed this technique for meeting short-term needs. And very creative and innovative.
Nice. You made a blush. That's good. Deservedly, good work.
All right, so we have 2 resolutions before us to approve both interfund loans that we talked about here, one from the general fund to community development, the other from general fund to, capital improvement fund to HJ Carroll Park Fund. So any other discussion before I open it up for public comment, or no, I need a motion.
I'm happy to make a motion. I'll move first that we approve a resolution in the matter of providing an interfund loan to community development. That's Fund 143 from the general fund as presented today.
I'll second that.
All right, and actually it was on the agenda, so we don't need to open it up for public comments. So any further discussion? All right, I will call the question. All those in favor of the, did you do one?
It's DCD 143.
First resolution? Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries unanimously.
I'm sorry, I missed it in my notes. Did Commissioner Eisenhower second that motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I'm also happy to move that we approve a resolution in the matter of providing a loan to the HJ Carroll Park Fund. That's Fund 304 from the Jefferson County Capital Improvement Fund 302 as presented today.
For the cool whales.
Cool way.
I'll second that.
That's better than blue.
I'm tempted to amend the agenda. But I will live. Okay,
Live with that.
any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries unanimously.
Thanks so much, Judy.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Merry
Merry
Christmas.
Christmas, Judy. We appreciate you. Big time.
All right, we are a little bit ahead for our 10:30 hearing.
Break.
Yeah, can we do a break?
Sure.
Great. Okay, let's break until 10:30.
All right.
It's been a big morning already.
Yes.
All right, we are coming back into session and we have a hearing on the adoption of an ordinance establishing a separate office of the coroner and providing authority to appoint a non-lawyer coroner in Jefferson County. So, hand it off to you, James, prosecuting attorney.
Good morning. Thank you. So this is in response to a recent change in law passed by the legislature, which amended the language to the previous RCW that authorized me to serve as this county's ex officio coroner. The language in the new law no longer specifically exempted prosecutors or lawyers from serving as the county coroner. And there's a separate RCW which states that the coroner shall not be an attorney. So with that recent law change, the Attorney General's office issued an opinion that basically stated that counties needed to come up with a new plan pursuant to the statute that had been passed to create a separate office of the coroner. And it gave counties several options to do that. Having a separately elected coroner, having an appointed coroner, or having a coroner from the contract with this county. And it is my recommendation that we follow through with appointing a coroner based on the expense of having a new elected official. I believe that would be a budgetary burden in this county at this juncture. Normally, that's not something that county would have expected to do until it had a population of 40,000 people. And I don't think contracting is really feasible solution. We do contract with Kitsap County for our autopsies. But given the geography of Jefferson County and the need to service the West End, as well as many remote areas that we have in the county, I just don't think it would be realistic to expect another county to be able to come in here and provide the level of service that I think the county would otherwise expect or deserve. So that leaves us with appointing a coroner. However, I do believe we have a fantastic candidate for that position. So that is how I am encouraging the board to proceed today.
You reading the list over?
And so the resolution for consideration today is establishes the separate office, but does not yet appoint specifically, or
What's in the packet, Kate, is an ordinance establishing an office.
sorry, ordinance.
Then there's a resolution that you don't have. That Melissa just emailed it to me. And then there's an employment contract. So you first establish the office, and then appoint via resolution, and then approve the employment contract.
Great. Thank you.
We do apologize that a lot of this is 11th hour. This is very new. We're the only jurisdiction that has made this happen before the end of the year. Of the jurisdictions that are in a pickle about what happens after the first of the year. So as of January 1st, 2025, the prosecutor can no longer serve as the coroner because of being a lawyer. So we've done a lot of work in the background to figure out what these options are that James reiterated to you today. We put together this ordinance for your review. We did publish the hearing notice twice, and I did not see any email public comments, but we are, ready and able to address any public comments that are brought forward today. Additionally, I can project the ordinance if we want to go through it. I didn't specifically have a separate presentation other than what we presented at our workshop, but I can walk you through what the ordinance looks like and why we are actually amending 2.5 JCC that already existed and then mentioned some of the coroner duties. And so we, instead of creating a new section, we wanted to amend and incorporate so that there would be no question about what the duties of the coroner are.
let's see, I'm sorry, my laser face just stopped working. I just-
Mine too, yeah.
Yeah,
It's like,
Carolyn, do you mind telling IT that we're locked out? I think we've had too many hits on Laserfish this morning. Their massive agenda. I'm trying to look at the
You had it
agenda to
open,
see if we have time to really go through it or if we want to move more quickly. Does anyone still have the agenda open? Mine went away.
Yeah, on AV capture, I
I
have
have the
it.
agenda, yep.
Yeah, we
This
had
is-
reserved 30 minutes for this.
Okay.
No other timed.
Items.
Today in the morning.
Okay, and I just want to make sure too that I officially open the hearing. We will be taking public testimony on the ordinance for us today.
I'm sorry, just a point of clarification. Does the resolution have to be, that's not part of the hearing, so we complete the hearing and then the resolution, we can just project up onto the screen and take public comment on that separately, since we didn't present it ahead of time?
Yeah, exactly. That
Yeah.
was
We just got emailed to us.
Okay.
Yes, the rest of it all kind of assumes that everything goes forward with the ordinance. So it was kind of a put the cart before the horse situation with resolution appointing and the contract. So biggest first consideration is the ordinance.
We have the ordinance up.
great, yeah. I don't think we need to go over this in great detail, Melissa, just because we have talked about it previously in session and this was, the ordinance itself was in the packet, so maybe just a real high level so that we're sure to have time to cover the resolution and contract as well.
Of course, yeah, I just primarily wanted to hit on the fact that we are amending 2.15 JCC because it did have mention of corner obligations already on the books. And so the amendment appeared to be appropriate. We incorporated all the requirements of the current statutes for the state of Washington. We addressed the date of when this will become effective as December 31st, 2024 at 11:59 p.m. Because again, the change occurs on January 1st, 2025. So our elected James Kennedy will serve as coroner until that time through his deputies. And I guess any other points to draw your attention to? We didn't change any with any of the definitions other than we added the coroner, which we didn't feel it was, needed to say office of the coroner. So coroner applies for all of that. The primary duties and qualifications are outlined in this ordinance, including that the coroner will handle any administrative functions for the office of the coroner. He has the ability to appoint deputies to serve to assist, and that should this ordinance be adopted, we would be going with the method to appoint a coroner versus going through the elected coroner process, which is a significantly more expense and burden on the county. And there are a couple of obligations listed in here of reporting deaths to the coroner. These are statutory obligations that are reflected in our ordinance here. They are actually things that have come up in our county before. So while you might think these are kind of a, well, duh kind of thing, it's actually not happened in the past, and we've had to address it otherwise. So these each of these sections are important and vital to the duties and the role of the coroner. If you have any additional questions about why these sections are in there, especially since they are referencing currently existing statutes, please let us know.
I have one question, Melissa. I guess the title of 2.15 before was, unclaimed remains of indigents. I forget exactly now, but in the new title,
right
we
on the
just
screen.
corners to that. And I guess I'm wondering, is that really necessary? Should it just be renamed coroner's office, which also includes the information about unclaimed remains and such?
So we've actually broken it out into 2 articles. So the previous section regarding unclaimed remains would remain with those duties, which do mention the coroner. There's the connection. However, the new sections that we would establish the office of the coroner were broken out into Article 1. So instead of moving the new obligations of the coroner to be Article 2, which would be, newest at the bottom, because it makes more sense to address all the duties and functions of the coroner up front, and then make the unclaimed remains Article 2 with just reference to the coroner that's already been created. I don't know if that's addressing your question.
It does, thank you.
Other questions? I'm curious, I thought I saw that Clallam was appointing an attorney. Are they not subject to this because they are a charter county?
Clallam's in a bit of a bind. They're still subject to the RCW. However, as a charter county, their charter says that the prosecutor will continue to serve as the coroner. They are a county between 70 and 80,000, so they've kind of blown past the 40,000 limit, but yet they've still continued to maintain this model for some reason. So they're caught between their charter and the RCW, and they're trying to work a way around it. But I don't think that their charter review commission can essentially complete a change in charter in time to comply, strictly speaking, with the RCW. So they're still trying to figure it out, but they do have full-time deputy coroners that work under prosecutor Mark Nichols there, who are doing the work. So I think it's a matter of titles, but I think that the work itself is still getting done.
That's interesting. Well, I'm excited to see this come before us, because this is a piece of legislation that I worked on. And James was helpful, along with the Washington Association of Prosecuting Attorneys. We worked this pretty hard at WASAC, so it's nice to see the implementation.
And there's further work ahead, right, in the WASAC priorities, or
getting it funded.
The funding piece of this.
Right, yeah.
Some of it already has been funded, like some of the training pieces, but yeah, I think there's more work to do.
One question I have, and I'm just curious how, and we did talk about this when we were working on the legislation, is how, I understand the need for independence from the prosecuting attorney's office. That makes sense for the sake of, ultimately collecting evidence that could be used in an investigation. It makes sense to have that separate. But where is the accountability then for this work being done? How do we ensure that the work is being done properly and fairly and to the
I
level of
think
care
that, ultimately it's between the county administrator and the board of county commissioners. However, my office is still going to be involved because I have two deputy coroners, Lisa Phyllis and Laura Michelson, who we anticipate will continue to stay on in that role, with Lisa doing a lot of the budgetary work for the coroner's office and Laura doing a lot of the administrative work for the coroner's office. So we'll still have some visibility of what's going on there, and so that way we will certainly be available to the county administrator and the BOCC about any questions, comments, or concerns that are coming up.
That's really helpful. Thank you. And I have zero concerns, to be clear, just.
Well, and I know we're getting a little bit further down the line, but also kind of how we crafted the contract when we get to that point was that, this role is under the scrutiny and supervision of the Board of County Commissioners and County Administrator. There is the requirement that there will be a review of this person every 12 months and providing reports. So there is a built-in accountability function and floor for those questions to be asked. Additionally, there is not only requirements under the statute, but in the contract itself for training and certifications required. So that is also a big component of this.
Thank you. All right, any other questions before we open it up to public testimony?
Try not to make inappropriate jokes, so no. Important work, serious. That's it.
No.
See, I can't talk. I'm not supposed to say anything else.
I go into my, oh, that owl.
We welcome the public's testimony on the ordinance before us for consideration and the creation of establishing a separate office of the coroner. If anyone would like to provide public testimony, please indicate by raising your hand in the room or hitting the raise hand button on the bottom of your Zoom screen.
Should be.
Did we receive any additional hearing testimony, Carolyn?
We did not receive any email testimony.
Thank you.
This one.
Anyone like to provide testimony in the room or in the Zoom room? Last call to public testimony. I will close the public testimony and let's deliberate on the ordinance before us.
Well, what we have to do, right? State law, so.
First ones to do it.
And this
Not
feels,
unusual, we're often the first people to comply.
and we've talked about this before, and this feels like, still feels like the right path forward for me, so.
Yeah, the most cost effective, utilize the subject matter expertise that we have locally, you know, recognizing the geographic challenges of farming this out. It's
Yeah, and I feel like we're very lucky to have local expertise that we can rely on.
Yeah.
I will say too, just, sorry, you all have to deal with me doing my parting words, that this is a great example of where a bill in the legislature was gonna be really difficult to implement at the local level, and through the good work of WASAC and WAPA, we got it to a place that was much more practicable.
I was wondering if you're gonna be able to use that word on your last day.
So I had to sneak it in. So just a good example of why our work at the Legislative Steering Committee matters. There were all sorts of really bad iterations of this bill that would not have made this relationship possible. Yeah. All right, any further questions or comments? I'd welcome a motion.
I'm happy to move that we approve an ordinance in the matter of amending chapter 2.15 JCC in order to establish a separate office of the coroner and provide authority to appoint a non-lawyer coroner in Jefferson County as presented today.
And I will second.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously, or ordinance is adopted. All right, Melissa, do you want to walk us through the resolution?
Yes, I can project that. And so now that we have a system for adopting a coroner, now we have to fill that role. So we did workshop this on October 7th related to David Bradley's interest in serving in this role. He's present in support today of that as well. So to essentially make this happen, we are presenting the resolution to the board to appoint David Bradley as coroner, who is an individual who is eligible and qualified to hold this position. We do have this new ordinance. I went ahead and assumed our ordinance number would be 12-1223-20-24. So if that is incorrect, please let me know. You know, it's authorized by the statute that we've all been referencing, 36-16-030, now our ordinance. And because David Bradley is a person who is eligible and qualified to hold this position and willing to do so, we ask that the board consider this resolution appointing David Bradley to serve as coroner for Jefferson County. And the effective date would be January 1st, 2025.
Happy to make a motion in support of the resolution, appointing David Bradley as coroner for Jefferson County.
I'll second. I have one question.
Please.
I'm just curious, Melissa, going through the contract, it looked like this is a 1-year contract that's automatically sunset. So we're gonna do a continuing resolution every year, or how are we gonna manage this as the years pile up?
Good question. So there was up to the 11th hour discussion about how we were going to make the employment of David Bradley happen. Because of this position being a public office, there are workarounds, or at least not as strict requirements as an employee of Jefferson County. So the way that we structured the contract at this point was to get us through that year. Additionally, there are clauses in that contract which allow for us to renegotiate compensation and that kind of thing because we are projecting with the best statistics we can provide of what the budget will be, how many cases we will handle, what the duties are needed. And so while this does get us through the next year, we do recognize that this is a working procedure that may need to be addressed prior to or within the next year. But the intention is to continue the term of appointment.
Thank you.
One question, I'm just curious, has Mr. Bradley completed the state training or plan to complete the state training?
I plan to, that's slated for March 1st.
Yes, so the last training was in September, and I was planning to go to that, and then this opinion came out like a week beforehand, stating that I wasn't really eligible for the position anyway, so I didn't end up going to the training. So the next training is scheduled for this March.
Great. I'll just add that I've had the unfortunate opportunity to use Mr. Bradley's services this year and have utter confidence in him in doing this work and any work for our community and dealing with these unfortunate circumstances, whether they're accidents or intentional. I mean, I feel there's a lot of integrity and care in your services. So I appreciate you stepping up for this additional role in our community.
And that goes for the deputies too. I mean, this is choosing to walk into some of the most, upsetting, sometimes horrific circumstances in our county. I appreciate that anyone is willing to do this work at a relatively affordable cost. Thank you.
Public comments.
Yeah. Okay, so since we walked this resolution on late, we will open it up for public comment. Would anyone like to provide public comment on the resolution before us appointing Mr. Bradley to be the coroner in Jefferson County? If you're joining us via Zoom and would like to provide public comment, please hit the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen. Last call for public comment on the resolution, training Mr. Bradley as coroner. We'll close public comment. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
We have a
Welcome,
contract too,
Mr.
right?
Bradley.
Yeah, family.
All right, and lastly. Melissa, are you gonna do the contract?
Yes, last is the contract. Would you like me to project it, Mark, or did you have that available?
Mark's gonna share it.
Thank you. So yes, the last is a contract that we worked on back and forth many drafts to get it where we are. This is in coordination with Sarah Valenson with our Human Resources Department. This is also in consideration of the budget amount that we projected would be needed for this position. So it all stays within that frame. A lot of the terms here are very standard. However, as I mentioned, there is a slight exception with it being a public office and how the hours are reported. So the rate calculation here would be a per month rate and staying within the budget that we gave of the $18,000 for this position. The benefits section. So Mr. Bradley would not be receiving benefits for this position. He would not be receiving medical, dental, and no retirement contribution. So that is outlined in here that this is exempted unless there were some reason to readdress that later. The section here regarding the performance evaluation is what I mentioned earlier about Mr. Bradley reporting to the Board of County Commissioners and having an obligation to provide the commissioners with reports or updates about his office. And so at a 12-month timeframe, there would be a review held, and an opportunity for accountability, but also an opportunity for David Bradley to provide an update how the position is going, what any I guess downfalls or pitfalls that were experienced during that time, and whether there needs to be any renegotiation about compensation or duties at the job. Hours of work, we'd made sure to include that section in there. This is a unique position that does not occur during regular working hours. So Mr. Bradley recognizes that this position does require him to essentially be on call 24/7 and work non-traditional hours. And I think it's also the nature of his job. So he's understanding of that. And any other questions about what I've gone over so far?
Think so. Maybe just a question for James. How many times was the coroner summoned, say in 24? Do you have any 1 year?
We got, in terms of calls, I don't know off the top of my head, we often get a lot of calls that wouldn't strictly speaking be fall in the coroner's jurisdiction, but we get called anyway. For example, people like who are on home hospice, who are under the care of a physician. In terms of ones where we might actually go out, just a handful, probably less than 5, where there's a heightened concern that we think that there might be a criminal justice component, that we would go out there, or something that would otherwise make it just unusual.
5 a year would be your guess in the.
Certain ones where we're actually heading out on, with respect to calls, I don't know, Laura, if you.
I did all those numbers.
So yeah, Laura gave us the numbers a while back. So I think we had 103 coroner cases as of the mid of November. 3 were cases I think that were called out for more extensive investigation. Does that sound right, Laura?
Yeah. A very small percentage.
Right. And this is something that one of the frustrations of the office that we have with treating physicians that will not sign a death certificate. And it's an absolute mystery to me as to why so many are reluctant to sign it. I couldn't fathom where they're seeing liability, because even if you make a mistake, you can fix it with an affidavit. So I don't know why, but it does create an extra burden on our office and an expense on the county, because some of those cases are the ones we end up having to do, and obviously to determine manner of cause of death, where the physician who's treating the individual most likely knows exactly what this person's life.
And will the coroner be responsible for participating in the new RCW, that a bill that passed that required mortality review of all minors, I believe, that passed the legislature last year? Is that will that be a new requirement of the coroner as well?
I don't think that's a new requirement. That type of I forget the acronym for it, but that has been long standing. And I would expect that to continue.
Although it's interesting, I mean, we did it as a general practice here, but it was not required at the state level until the past legislature in the last year or 2. All right, any further questions? Anything else, Melissa, before I open it up for public comment?
I don't think there's anything else high points to hit on, but I'm going to listen away and we'll address any other questions that come up.
And this was included in the packet with content.
Yeah. And it's interesting that all of you are working in AV capture, because I didn't know AV capture was back up. I've been working in Laserfiche, and it was not in my packet material in Laserfiche.
It was just called David Bradley. During the meeting just now, I need to contact David Bradley, but it was in there.
Okay.
And yeah, right now we're not using AV capture to record, but I am still putting PDF of the documents for the agenda in AV capture.
So It's not, but like, it's not linked to on our county calendar, is it? Where would people get, how would people get there?
The agenda on the county calendar tells people where to find the information on the laser page. Like you have the pathway that we tell most of the public to go to. But I am telling people outside of the county, I'm not directing them to AV capture, I'm directing them to the laser beach folder that you were in.
Okay. I'm just thinking, how accessible was this to the public if it's even hard to find AV capture?
No, public comment is more good. It
Yeah,
wasn't.
I found it along with the other contracts that were reviewed on the consent agenda this morning.
Yeah. All right, well, since there's a question about how easy it was to find or not, let's go ahead and open it up for public comment, or sorry, do I have a motion first, please?
Yeah, I'm happy to move that we approve the contract with David Bradley as presented today.
Second. Thank you. Well, jump right in. Any public comments? If anyone's interested in commenting specifically on a contract that was in the packet, contrary to my viewing, please hit raise hand on Zoom or indicate in the room. All right, and close public comments. Any further discussion? Nope. All those in favor of the contract before us, please say aye. 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 Motion passes unanimously. Thanks so much, Melissa and James and everyone for your work to get this across the finish line. Like I said, I'm often proud that we're the first county to comply, and even for a small county that we have the capacity to get this done. The last minute is admirable.
I left 3 bad jokes on the shelf, so that's what I give to you today.
Will you say that?
Well, thank you for your, sorry, thank you for your patience of hearing this on the 23rd and this meeting that was held so that we could get this done and be in compliance with the laws of January 1st, 2025.
Thank you for your support and thank you, Melissa, for your work on this.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Bradley, for stepping up.
Takes a village, we've got one.
It's always, it's always.
All right. Let's see if they'll let me view the agenda now. Yes. All right.
Those are all the timed events for the day.
Yeah. Although we still, yeah, big discussion. So, we have Stephanie Wright is with.
Thank you, David.
Hi, David.
Ask for a few, if anyone wants to raise their hand. I tried emailing.
There is one iPhone.
Yeah.
We know that iPhone is.
Shelley or no? Oh, another one.
Oh, there was a raise hand, yeah.
Great, hoping that's you, Stephanie, on the iPhone. We'll bring you over. Is that you, Stephanie?
Good morning.
She's at
Good morning.
her office car office.
Am I connected?
You are, can you hear us all right?
I can't hear any audio.
We hear you.
But I can read what you're writing. I can read the transcript. It says you can hear me. I can't hear you. I apologize. I'm in my car. So I'm not usually a camera off person, but I've got low bandwidth. And when we arranged this, I had a meeting, remote meeting this morning. So I drove out at 8:30 to my remote meeting. So I've been in my car office listening to your meeting. So I apologize. I can try to get back in and possibly hear you because right now I don't have any audio back.
Feel like conversation's gonna be
So
important.
give me one moment and I'll exit and re-enter the meeting.
Great, thank you. Thank goodness for closed caption.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone is misspelled, right? So it's funny sometimes what it says.
Yeah, so like Following County comes out great.
Back to closed captioning.
Yes.
Maybe very entertaining.
Here she is again.
Good morning. Try this again.
All right, can you hear us?
I can. It's a pre-holiday miracle. Yay. I apologize. I've been listening to you guys all morning and just assumed I had audio both ways.
Well, thanks for your patience. And
it was an honor to listen to Kate Dean's last meeting. So, and I really love the public comment at the beginning. So I'm glad this worked out this way. So, and congrats you guys on being the first to undertake the last item. That was great. You guys are really on it.
thank you. And Strategies 360 provided a very sweet note in my memory book, which Carolyn put together for me. So thank you. It was really, really kind strategies to weigh in. Appreciate it. So I am in Laserfish and I don't see the attachments. Were they in?
It was just an agenda request.
AV capture? Okay.
It was just an agenda request.
Okay. Do you happen to have those handy, Mark? The two items we were hoping to share?
The legislative priorities,
Yes.
gotta, we'll have a momentary.
Okay.
Because the owns and lands of use are identical to what is on AV capture, so we are trying to name them correctly and Laserfish so people can identify them more.
Great.
So all the consent items say consent first, and then hearing says hearing. Yeah.
That was helpful. Thank you.
So what's going on with the AV capture? I thought it was kind of a thing of the past.
For audio and video, it kind of is a thing of the past, but we are looking into other venues.
So we're
It's just
still
a cost of
using it?
money. We're using it to host agenda items. It's easier for you guys to look at them online. Okay, right now.
Sorry, Stephanie, we're just getting some documents pulled up for discussion. So
Absolutely. Thank you. Because I couldn't find them either. So that helps. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
So maybe just to tee up this conversation, Mark and Stephanie and I met and took some of the newer information that we've been gleaning as the legislative session comes more into sharper view. And the conversations that we have had to try to identify our top priorities. There has been a change even since we created this document in our capital request. So we'll get into that. And then we also have our, sorry, I'm conflating a couple of different agenda topics here. Yeah, so this is really our list for discussion today and decide if we want to formally adopt our legislative priorities. It will call out that we have since learned that the Caswell Brown Emergency Shelter is fully funded thanks to Department of Commerce.
Great.
So this will no longer be our capital request, and we should consider whether we want to identify another project for that.
So there's no need to do anything about it in the legislature this year?
They've allowed them to redirect the commerce funding already for the shelter to the new plan, which it's a new sanitation facility, just like the one that the Housing Fund Board built, as well as working with Community Build for those tiny shelters. So they've got a scope that will fit that one award. The Apple Home and Health dollars went back. There's going to be no permanent support housing. That's at the phase 3 at this point.
So that's an important conversation if we have other priorities right there.
But is there still going to be an emergency shelter built?
Yeah, well, I know, I mean, not like one building, so the tiny shelters, actually Commerce really doesn't support congregate shelters so much. So they're gonna be built at just some can be built larger for families. I think there's even talk still about working on respite units for the hospital and everything. But yeah, pretty much like Caswell Brown phase 2, but to serve as an emergency shelter.
All right, yeah, I didn't understand that. So, Stephanie, anything you want to say?
I was just going to say that's fantastic news. So that's a great way to start the meeting. But again, it does bring us back to your list of what would you like to prioritize as a capital ask, and I always recommend having one. But congratulations on getting that emergency shelter fully funded.
Especially with our representative as chair of the committee.
Something that keeps floating to the top as a high priority, and in part because it's a shared priority between the port and the city and the county, is the Mill Road Highway 20 roundabout. Stephanie, what can you tell us about funding for transportation projects? What is the best avenue for local governments to work through on those?
Well, it's actually, considering it's a really strained budget year in Olympia, transportation is one of the budgets that is actually, well, it's not flush, but they are looking to put together a revenue package. I've been talking with Senator Marco Lias. So they are looking at doing that, and transportation and road funding is something that kind of all delegations assume that they're going to be needing to bring home. So the fact that this is a combination project with other partners on top of it, this might be a really ripe project to bring forward to the delegation. The emergency shelter one was a great one just because everybody understood the need and the importance of it. But I think this, again, with the partners and things like that, that might put this in that kind of first position.
And it sounds like Senator Chapman was interested in helping to advance this. So we know there's at least some interest already from our senator.
Oh, that's perfect. No, if we have that support in the Senate, no, I think that would be the project. Looking at the list going through here. So again, it would be just kind of identifying the right amount and the phasing, so we could put together some messaging on that, and then seeing are our priorities or our partners going to be putting that on their priority list also. So, but we've got a little time so we could coordinate that easily and then get the sheets submitted in January for that project, if that is the way the commission wants to go.
I will say, I believe it is on the both city and the ports priorities. So if curious what the other commissioners think of that.
I think it's a really important project, and it's great when we have such alignment with our municipal partners. I do have one other potential capital one, and I'm not sure if it's in competition with us on the state, but
it is on this one is on the port's legislative priorities. Published legislative priorities.
Yeah, if it's on the city and the port's priority list, then it would really make it a priority for the delegation. So that would make this a really strong ask. And I could definitely touch base with the city and the port to make sure that we're working together in conjunction on this one, testifying and submitting every letters of support, all coordinated.
Can you hear us, Stephanie?
Oh, now you're back. I could not for a minute there.
Our Zoom crashed momentarily, but came right back on its own.
So they've already raised over $100,000 for that effort. But we also heard February 15th, Representative Theringer talked about some design dollars that could be available. But we'd have to get that application in by February 15th. And of course, annual budget, so it's now or 3 years from now. So that would be another potential one. I don't know if that needs to be a legislative ask. We just need to really work on getting that together as an ask to Commerce.
And it's a Commerce application.
It's the no, it's through the legislature. Sorry, it's not Commerce.
Community project funding.
Community project funding.
Yeah, so that's the same as a capital budget request.
Yeah. Okay.
You are allowed to submit more than one, so it's just a matter of making sure that your priorities are there and that the delegation knows what your priorities are.
What would you think would be a better strategy to submit one or two? These are very different, which helps. Totally different budgets that they would hit.
You could put yours forward and then do a kind of a secondary ask for the joint project. So you could frame it either way. So if you're interested in going for both, you could make one more your ask and one more kind of the supportive community ask with the city and port. But I guess my question would be, who is taking the lead on the roundabout project? Who is the lead on that one? Is it the county? Or is it the port or city?
We have been in the past, it's funny because it's a city road, county road, and state highway all come together at that intersection.
We love those, yes.
Yeah, so in the past, like we did a congressionally directed spending request, the county submitted that. But I think the city and port have been really equally involved, and they have something of a plan for this request already, so I think we just have to check in with them and see if they're prepared. I don't think the city has a lobbyist, but port does. So maybe that's something we could do, is work with them to see if they plan on having a lobbyist on this and take the lead, or if it's something that we need to do.
I have a meeting with Aaron coming up.
Great.
And I could set one with John, just to ask.
Great.
I like the idea of that, of having a primary ask, capital ask, and then having being supportive in the roundabout situation, but I think we should do a little more investigation as to what our role would be.
And even with the other capital asks, who is really asking? Do we try to form the PFD and to be timely to do that? County asking for it because ultimately it's not gonna be the county that's designing the pool. So I think we have to think about who is making that ask too, and whether we're just supporting it or are we trying to.
That's exactly, every capital ask has to have a place it's going to go to, or who is the recipient, or who's going to be the recipient of the monies.
Well, can a nonprofit be?
Oh, yeah, so
Jack could be the primary and we could assist.
yeah, I don't know the best way, or, yeah, it's probably unlikely that we get a PFD actually see it in time to make them open.
Yeah, and we have the lobbyist to help advance that, so. I think it might need to be the county for now, until we get the other entities more lined up. And did their interest seem like enthusiastic, optimistic?
Mark and I both got the report, the email back from Diane, but I heard the enthusiasm, like it's possible, it's just a short time frame, and those dollars are there for pools. So.
Yeah.
Which February
15th, February 15th.
Yeah, it's for all the community project.
Yeah, that's the standard for timeline for all of them. That's when I say we got to get these pulled together in January. I confess I always leave a couple weeks of cushion for tweaks and other stuff. You never want to, well, in my world, if you're on time, you're late. But it does give us almost 2 months that we could pull those together and work with the community partners. So, and Commissioner Eisenhower, if you want me to attend any of those city or port meetings, or even for just a portion of it, I'd be happy to.
Okay, that's great, Stephanie, thanks.
Oh, absolutely. And if any of those other meetings come up in the future and you'd like to tag me, and like I said, for the whole thing or just for part of it, just shoot me an email or give me a call. I'm more than happy to jump on.
It's getting heartburn.
I know, it's so
Oh no, I'll be calling you. Hey, what do I do? I remember in our last conversation about legislative priorities, I bolded the Brennan Community Center, but is that more federal funding? Brent, is the Brennan Community Center where we're targeting federal funds?
There was a grant we were going for, but it was state.
USDA community facilities with.
USDA.
Well, that's the other thing too, we're gonna have to figure out, once Congress figures out themselves, what is our congressional ask for this year? So, and figuring that out. But they did, as you saw, at least they're funded through March. So that is the good news about the feds. We are hearing that earmarks will continue, but they will be modified. But what that means, we'll be finding out in the new year. But assuming talking to the congressional offices and the Senate offices, everybody's saying move forward like it has been in the past, get everything ready. And then if we have to tweak and modify with new federal Republican rules, then we will. But that is something that we could look at the USDA and just the congressional request.
Yeah, and the community facilities funding through USDA is really limited.
And cumbersome. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, although it's very, like, the community center, even if we did get a congressionally directed spending funded, that would still go through USDA rural development. It's still very cumbersome. It works as what we're doing with the childcare facility right now. So Amanda Christopherson is listening. She'll be getting her friend too.
At least you guys know what you're getting into. Some jurisdictions don't always understand the rabbit hole of USDA. It's very valuable, but it does take a lot of work and a lot of paperwork and sometimes delays, but worth it.
So a couple of other things I just added to the list when we were talking last about this was the solid waste facility, but we thought that was covered from enterprise funds. Is that?
And that's always the model that I heard. We should probably reach out to Al Monty and confirm that.
Yeah.
But I think the idea, that's just how I've heard it phrased, but I haven't been really.
Okay. And then the other one was Jeff Con and the jail and Department of Emergency Management. I had a note about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's so generally, there's design dollars are possible to get. Both, I'd say, and Stephanie, feel free to agree or disagree, both the state and the feds love to be the final dollars in to complete the, construction. So I think there's that
Right.
question, do we want to use our shot on something that's
Right.
maybe less competitive? So stuff that's not really ready to go is, I've been less likely to seek funding for, but if, like, Behringer was excited about design dollars for an aquatic center, that's great. I'm thrilled to hear it. I've just had less luck with that than I have with projects that are.
Well, I'll follow up too and get more information and maybe chat to Stephanie to talk on that issue and I can bird dive that.
Great.
Perfect. No, I completely agree, Kate. They do like the last dollars in, especially on the federal level. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's the visual, it's the ribbon cutting, it's the bringing something to fruition. But the state is usually pretty good for design dollars in the capital budget, so that might be the way to go for design. The state does less sexy stuff than the feds. So
I think design sexy.
So I think I mentioned this last time we talked about this, but the trust land transfer programs in the capital budget and the governor's, I think penciled in for, how much? They're shooting, WWRP is shooting for 120 million. But that's for RCO, WWRP. Trust land transfer will fund the list that we've prioritized, and I think I mentioned that Cape George, the Quimper Lost Wilderness parcel is kind of the next one on the list that's under the $30 million funding level. And we just got the appraised amount, and that is 1.9 million. So there's 2 projects above that project on the list that are gonna come off, but are gonna be funded another way. So we've now room for another project to move up, and that Cape George parcel came in lower than we thought it was going to. So I'll be working with our trust land transfer lobbyist on trying to get that project included on the list. But that's our only one that's anywhere within reach of a capital amount that we're gonna get this year. Because they're not gonna go much farther. They're not gonna go above $30 million, because that's what we agreed to as a trust land transfer work group over the last few years. So, but that would be exciting if we could get one of our projects moved up onto the initial list.
That's not something we lobby about though, right? It's competitive, like it's only gonna move up if one of the other projects moves.
Right, although with this being the first use of that list, under the revitalized trust land transfer program, we kind of need to monitor every move that's made. So just to make sure that they're gonna go down, further down the list and pull from the already prioritized list and pull
Right.
projects up like we do with RCO projects, which is the intent with the revitalized trust land transfer project. But we've just never operationalized it,
Yeah.
so we've just gotta monitor every step.
And do you feel like that, you said the TLT folks have a lobbyist, is that?
We have a lobbyist, we've got support from the governor and the capital budget committee chair, so. Yeah,
Okay, so do you think it's something that we would use Stephanie's time for, or?
I think it's something, Stephanie, that I'll just keep you updated on.
Perfect. I was just gonna say, if you can send me updates, just so I can make sure that I'm up to date, and then if I'm in any of those offices, I can kind of just give them the high level updates. But make
Yeah,
sure that I know I'm tracking it.
And it'd be good for you to meet Jim Freeberg, who's our TLT lobbyist.
Perfect. Jim, what was the last name?
Freeberg.
Okay.
Somebody wanna share the spreadsheet again?
I can share it, I've got it open.
So that you got through capital.
Are you gonna share it, Mark? I've got it open. Got it.
Anything else on capital, Stephanie, that would be helpful, or the community project funding?
Not from my end, so it's just a matter of kind of sussing through and figuring out what you guys want to prioritize, and then I think just making sure that we do connect with the port and the city. So if we're going to be supportive rather than the primary role that everybody has established lane, so we can make sure that we're ready to support their project. So, but again, we can order that however the commission wants, and we can swap out a project. It really is what you guys prioritize. But if there is an account or an ask that I don't think is ripe, I am the honest person that I will tell you if it's not the right year for it or not the right account.
That's great.
All right, should we look at the policy?
Well, we only have limited time, so I know how limited, and you guys are a limited resource, so I want to make sure you guys are prioritizing things that hopefully will be successful.
Okay, thank you. I do want to say too, Stephanie, you probably can't see, but Commissioner-elect Dudley Nolet is in the room with us here today, and I welcome your input, especially. We didn't end up highlighting a housing policy other than this small excise tax one.
It'd be gigantic, but.
That could be big. That could be big.
Could be really.
Okay, I don't, yeah, that's great. I'm glad to hear you feel it has some more impact.
Yeah, revenue for housing is something that we
Yeah.
really struggle with, so.
And it's the tool to do it.
An equitable tax.
Great, I guess there's support for that one. That's great.
I had a
I just
meeting-
felt badly that we took off the O&M, but it just, we didn't feel like there was another specific effort that we knew of to kind of latch on to any bill proposals or funding requests that we knew of, but if you do for the.
Well, I mean, it depends on whether or not what we really need is O&M for the existing permanent supportive housing projects.
Yeah.
Right, you've got Woodley Place, you've got Seventh Haven with Old Cap, and you've got a new permanent supportive housing project breaking ground in 2025 at Fences Village.
A new Dove House shelter as well.
New Dove House shelter, although it's not permanent supportive housing. But it still will require operations. So a continued focus from this board and the housing fund board on finding dollars to operate. Very much like what Judy was saying earlier. You can build the monster, but if you can't feed the monster or the animal, then what are we doing? So I do support having that be a continued focus for us to find tools for supporting ongoing operations. And that's going to be a partnership with the state as well.
Do you know of any efforts that are that we could get behind? And Stephanie, you too, I guess.
I mean, there are O&M dollars coming up. They come up on a biennium and they'll be, you can apply for those this coming year. So you may be reaching out to the housing organizations to see if there's anything we can do to support their O&M applications. If they need leveraging dollars for those, for example. You know, that might be something, but we really got to get serious about looking at full budgets. What does it really take to operate these programs that we're funding to build, but these organizations are really struggling to operate. Yeah, so O&M, and there may be ways that we can leverage the excise tax as well if there's enough funding in there, but right now it's such a small pot to distribute for so much need that there's not enough opportunity to leverage it for other things.
And what budget line, like what part of the budget would that come through? O&M. Yeah.
O&M question.
You know,
The
Stephanie,
county's budget.
but I mean, if we were getting it from the state, where would we be looking? I mean, so looking at like the Department of Ecology budget, or is it?
I mean, it very well could be HUD dollars coming through commerce.
Yeah, I would think it would come through commerce. Yeah, for sure. It could be HUD dollars, although that's gonna be voucher specific. I mean, that's another big effort that we really should put forward is supporting Peninsula Housing Authority to go for more project-based vouchers. I know that Sarah Martinez has really worked hard on that, but very unsuccessfully. We haven't had any more project-based vouchers or projects like, you know, permanent supportive housing projects in years and years and years. I think that they have said that they're hopeful that some more project-based dollars are coming to Jefferson County, but a very tiny amount.
And what do those come through?
We think in 2025, but we should follow up.
But
with
like
Sarah.
what?
Housing authority.
Oh, they
Housing.
come through the
That's
housing Peninsula Housing Authority. Yeah.
And
From
Amanda just confirmed that the money we we're just talking about through HUD would come through commerce. I have entitlement funding.
So just explaining why that line item isn't highlighted here, but certainly happy to.
There will be things that pop up during session too. It's going to be, housing is one of those things that aren't on our radar right now. In the next month or so, will start popping. So it sounds like there are a lot of things kind of being workshopped and talked about in the back. And Heather's probably more in touch with those people, but there are things that people are talking about this session.
Yeah, I'll be very surprised if it isn't a big issue in session this year, because it's, you know, at the county training, for example, it was, you know, a big issue all across in all the counties. So hopefully it'll be highlighted this.
Just housing in general, you mean?
Well, housing in general, but the concept of providing operational dollars for the things that we build.
Well, I met with Strom Peterson earlier this week. The other thing he mentioned too is other services for housing, like mental health wraparound services. So yeah, I think they're looking at anything that can make progress and build things out this year was kind of his tenor.
It's going to be a tricky time because we're relying on nonprofits to provide those services, and the projections for nonprofit donations are down like 40% plus nationally. So the projection, you know, we're going to have to look ahead to be thinking that nonprofits are not going to be able to pull in the community support that they have been so effective at leveraging. They'll still be able to do some, and we want to partner with them to do that. But I don't think we're going to be able to rely on the donation dollars over the next 5 to 10 years that we have been successful at past.
Well, there's a lot of different models being talked about this year too, about with the Housing Trust Fund and adding other providers that aren't nonprofits. So yeah, I think this is going to be a quickly moving space that we're going to need to keep in touch with.
Can I ask that last highlighted one? Yeah. The short-term rental, that's legislation that we think is already moving, right? Is that how that goes?
Yeah, do you have an update on the short-term rental local option? Stephanie? And Senator Love's bill?
So
You got muted.
Sorry, big fingers. So I was trying to zoom in. So I don't have the bill number, but this is something that keeps coming up and would provide money for local housing And so this one, I've heard that if this one gets moved, this could capture or get through this session. So, because it is, I think everybody's looking for those pieces that do provide funding or that aren't diverting existing funding, but create new revenue streams. So if this is something that the county would want to support, this is something that we could definitely get you in, and again, providing kind of that rural voice to something that is oftentimes seen as a very urban thing. But again, the outcome is the desirability of the affordable housing money. Gosh, I hope I wasn't muted.
Thank you, we're just thinking. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I keep looking at my phone and realizing I just kept talking and talking. I'm usually on camera and I can see people, so this is a little unusual for me, so I apologize.
I kind of want to look at it.
Yeah. See the bill?
Yeah. Cause
Yeah,
I mean,
so that's something maybe we could send out when I could get a draft.
that'd be great.
Yeah.
So, but is this something in before it's codified, but it's something in theory that the county would be supportive of? It sounded like it was something that, unless it was egregious or wasn't or restricted, you guys would be interested in.
Right, it's only a sales tax on nights of lodging, right?
Correct.
So, I mean, it's, yeah, it'll help. I mean, I think there's not gonna be the objection to the flat sales tax that you normally do if it's kind of tied into that overnight lodging, transient lodging. Yeah, I'm with Heidi. I'd love to hear how it progresses and see if we can figure out our voice on it.
Well,
Okay, yeah, I think it's a voice too that you guys, if you guys could explain how the funds would impact you and how it would benefit you and how it does apply to rural counties would be beneficial if it gets legs and we need some people to testify.
Well, I do worked pretty closely with Senator Lovelett on a number of bills. She's a great champion for rural issues. So I trust her, and I trust that we could have a valuable voice in that process and helping shape it to work for us. So, and, you know, she was appointed the deputy majority leader, so she's got some clout to bring to the Senate now, and I think it would be a good one to get behind and would benefit from our voice. That, you know, I did put on here that 80 to 120 AMI. That's not part of her bill, I don't think, and so, you know, I think it would take some time to well, obviously I need to see the bill to see what the designated uses are for this new revenue stream, but that 80-20 came up in our NOLA discussions, and losing it again.
Marguerite.
But yeah, I think it's a pretty good bet to throw some weight
Support behind it.
Yeah.
And we are seeing those higher numbers, the 80 to 120. I think as everybody's trying to make sure that there's diversity and options, that's becoming more and more common. So that seems to be the conversation this year too, is we need to be looking at all of the ranges, and that we have all of us have a demand for all of the different ranges.
And there's so little support at that level.
Yeah.
And it affects so many our residents. You know, that's our workforce.
Yeah,
Workforce out.
and there's an excess that short-term rentals are likely in units that could be used for workforce housing, unlike living in supportive housing, which is a very different model, so.
Very important.
Exactly. But in sessions past and in years past, the focus was kind of different, and now I think we are realizing, especially that workforce housing, how important it is, and how hard it is to bring online. So I'm glad to see that we're looking at all the diverse areas.
Are you getting any more clarity about WASAC's housing priorities? Because the version of their priorities I have is from a month ago. And so I don't know if they've, you know, refined. They had 5 housing priorities they were developing.
I have not heard anything. Stephanie, have you?
You know, I just wrote that down on my thing. I haven't heard anything either, and Paul just sent out an LST reminder, but I haven't I will check back with Paul. But
They
no, I
did
don't
it
think I've
just-
seen anything.
Yeah, they've been
Yeah.
They gave
talking,
us a draft at the training
Yeah,
last week, yep, and that was it, so, and it had all the bill numbers not in yet, so that was where they were just.
okay,
that last week before.
okay.
Yeah, so they're probably working those
Mhm.
with legislators.
I'm guessing Paul, if he's sending out emails today, he's madly cleaning up everything and trying to get ready for January.
Yeah.
You can tell who's sending stuff on today, what they're up to.
So I mean, are we trying to get to 3? Is that the kind of a reasonable number, Stephanie? 3 policy?
I think 3 or
priorities?
4 would be perfectly reasonable. And again, remember, this is a living document, so we can always add to it if something pops that isn't on our radar now. So.
Well, and also if housing is a priority, maybe that's a priority as a category, and we'll see what firms up amongst all of these ideas and all the WASX ideas, because there were a number of other, the RAP Act recycling was a desired priority of ours.
Yeah, we have the RAP Act as one of the other ones, and there are a couple versions floating around and a few different things, but that one is definitely going to get legs, especially with the glass piece up becoming such an issue. So, but that's one we'll have to refine and figure out what do we want to support as it moves through. So that's something I'll be pinging you guys and Mark for during session, probably quite actively. So I think the one that is mostly just you guys is the RCW 82.46.75, but that's something we can bring others in on. But I pulled that up in 82.46.70 to look for language and possible amendments. So, but that could be a real, I mean, looking at it, that could really open things up. So that's why I asked Representative Peterson if he could meet like that first week in January and kind of see his appetite for that, and kind of show him the potential, hopefully.
Can I just highlight the mobile home park legislation? I know Representative Behringer has been looking into, the program that allowed at the state resident-owned communities to purchase those dollars. My understanding is that they've been really ineffective. They aren't, because of the qualifications for a resident to qualify for those dollars are high and a high barrier and really difficult for residents to actually meet those standards, and therefore the dollars that have been set aside to for that program are highly unutilized. And so I think the effort is to look at that program and see how it could be adjusted to be lower barrier effectively and to be better utilized. So I think just following it at least and being aware of whatever Representative Behringer is learning about it and maybe where he thinks we might need to engage, considering that it's a big issue for 2 of our parks right now and stands to affect upwards of 150 residents in a pretty critical way. I think it needs to be at least on our radar.
He's also looking at another 1/10 to 1% tax lift, like the housing funds. And we've been talking about it, and there's interest in it supporting like women and kids, like really focusing it. And we've been talking about the opioid funds and how they're really inadequate, and how the behavioral health funds are largely inadequate, and how can we build funding that would support those 2 needs. And when we did our summit, our behavioral health summit, the 2 needs that really came up initially out of that conversation was housing and transportation. And so, he and I started to talk about how to emphasize housing around those populations, and to kind of bridge or support buoy those 2 pots of funding that are always inadequate to address the needs in our community. And we know if they're inadequate here, they're inadequate in the other communities that have mobilized those 1/10 funds. So I think if anyone has like insider aha moment about, you know, how to target. I know Steve is really working right now on thinking about how to support and brave those programs, so they're more supportive than they are right now.
Us to have to pass any tax.
Yeah, right, yeah, you know, sales tax only do come on.
Well, it sounds like we've got housing. If you wanted to do buckets, we could put things under categories, kind of housing, environment, and things like that. Or we could just go through and do them one by one and prioritize. And again, we don't actually have to put them, and we don't have to call them 1, 2, 3, 4. We could just say priorities, and order them however you want. And again, we can always change things too, depending on who our conversations with.
What else did you talk with NOLA? What did you hear at NOLA last week? NOLA.
It's tough. So Stephanie, you know what we're talking about here, our North Olympic Legislative Alliance.
Okay, that's what I thought you were talking about, but I was going to wait and see if the context matched. So thank you.
So yes, is we fund 50% of Josh Weiss's time to support shared priorities among the Clallam and Jefferson County interests, largely economic development related, but certainly, you know, just human well-being is a part of that. But the lens has tended to be economic development. So they originally chose 3 priorities, which I didn't feel had any benefit or very little benefit for Jefferson County. And so I pushed back and said, you know, I'm not sure we can pay for this if this is not benefiting us. So they said, okay, we'll give you 1 priority. So I got together with the port and the city to try to identify our shared priority, and we couldn't come up with one.
We demand to have a voice.
So the challenge is, and you know, we face this all the time, is that the more parties you get trying to develop priorities, the more watered down they get. Like people have very specific, you know, ours are fairly specific. Other than the Mill Road Highway 20 project, there's not a lot of overlap. You know, the city isn't interested in landlords or short-term rentals because they don't really allow short-term rentals. They don't actually want to see more density in the county. Recycling, port's not so interested in. So it's like we couldn't identify a shared priority. We ended up choosing to support the regional efforts for supporting our rural hospitals, and that's there's both Medicaid reimbursement and labor and delivery came to the top as priorities there, and then the Peninsula College OFM did an accounting error last year, so getting that fixed so that they don't have to write a check for $400,000. So, you know, just thinking those both have really regional impacts. So we NOLA met on Friday, decided to go with those 2. And then in addition, their 3rd priority is this, they presented it as a regional 2-county emergency management center. And it's actually a fund. Derringer's expressed some interest in a $100 million capital fund to fund these regional emergency management centers, which we would be applying for one. It would be at the airport in Port Angeles. But when I pushed back and said, I've never heard of this. How is this a 2-county project? Have you talked to our emergency management? They're like, no. But we went ahead and supported it in NOLA anyway, because it does have the ability to be a 2-county project. There are right now the only FEMA designated emergency response center is at Fairchild Airport. So I just said, I'll support this as long as you agree to pull us into these conversations if we're successful. So, you know, ultimately all 3 of those priorities of NOLA can benefit us, but not directly any of our county priorities. So you know, I think we have to take a long, hard look next year, the value of NOLA, since we're funding it in large part.
Yeah.
At least half of it. So that's where we landed, so is on those 3.
And on the rural hospitals piece, what did you say the two emphasis areas were?
Medicaid reimbursement, so trying to get that raised for rural hospitals and support for labor and delivery centers. Which is the crisis across the state, they're closing now even in urban areas, the liability is so high and costs are so high to have the level of service needed 24/7. And when you don't have that, you end up having really high risk births in the emergency room, which increases cost and liability. So
okay, so we were talking about what our priorities were and we got, so housing, environment. I mean,
I still feel really good about these four. I don't know.
I do too, yeah.
You all, and you know.
Heather too.
Which four?
The highlighted ones.
I was just gonna ask if Heather wanted to weigh in too, so yeah.
I've been highlighting
Yeah, I
that
mean,
more, so I'm like.
I kind of provided the comments that I have, I mean, and I'm just trying to, yeah, as I'm getting up to speed on understanding how this process works. If I would assume that if there are 4 things that we ask Stephanie to really strongly lobby for, that doesn't preclude us from working on these other issues. They just, okay.
Always, yeah, things always are fluid, things always get added in, and some things die out early. So no, it's more of a starting point, but no, it's not a defined parameters.
Because, you know, some of these, like, you know, the short-term local option or short-term rental local option might not get a hearing,
right?
And then that's dead.
And then we have some backup things that we know.
Yeah, but maybe the mobile home park stuff really takes off.
And something like insert
And
itself.
sometimes you end up playing defense on stuff too, that you're like, ooh, I didn't see this bad thing popping up and we need to put it down or fix it.
And really checking in with Sarah about where she is on vouchers and what we, you know, is there something she needs to take the lead on that? Obviously, the county, how can the county support?
Yep. All right. So do we want to formally adopt these as our priorities with, you know, caveat that things are subject to change, but for now, this is our focus.
Yeah.
Can I ask one thing about the UGA and landmark flexibility? Are we just focusing on South County?
No, I wouldn't suggest. Well, we have on here the Dose Wallops.
Oh, yeah, no, it's.
Sewer.
Okay,
That was just one note that we could probably even take off, but
I think we take off.
I think both supporting WASAC's efforts, but also watchdogging those a little bit.
Yeah,
because they might not end up consistent with our.
No, and I've been watchdogging that Lambert issue since before I was a commissioner, so. I'm
perfect.
Interested in staying engaged in that one.
Stephanie, have you heard anything on landmark flexibility?
Not this week, but it does sound like there's going to be some, you know, but what I heard was from Eastern Washington, but you know, just getting the conversation on the table, we can always try to make our case and at least get somebody in to testify and explain the situation for Jefferson County, and the desire to add the density piece or be able to rezone. So, and that local control.
Do we think it'll be on landmark flexibility? Do we think Senator Short will be the main player on that this time? Does anyone have any insight there?
I'm sorry. Oh, sorry.
I imagine Paul Jewell is shopping around. He wrote a bill. So I imagine he's shopping that around, and I imagine Short would have been at the top of his list.
Yeah, okay. I'll check with Paul.
You'll appreciate this. You said shopping around. I thought at first you said stomping around.
Paul?
It was a great visual for a second there, Kate, but
I've seen that. I'm sure you've seen.
Yeah, I've seen both. So yeah, exactly. So, but no, he is in that space and he's trying to make something happen. So yeah, we should know that first week of January, a lot of things are going to move and start being dropped, and we'll see a lot that January 6th through 10th before session starts. So, but that is a conversation we need to, no matter where it's at, need to be there, just to make sure that our voice is heard and they understand the needs of Jefferson.
Would it be helpful if I wrote up a paragraph on each of these? And
It's fine.
And nothing to do. But then you guys would have a draft,
Yeah.
you could consider, edit and consider in your first meeting in January.
That's great.
Really helpful. I just have to remember to do it. Somebody ping me if I don't get it to you. I'm starting to enjoy the idea of being done. I gotta move out of the office.
It is that first January meeting, the 6th?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Making sure it's on my calendar. So I'd be more than happy to come back through and see if there might not be any exciting holiday updates, but you never know. So there might be some.
Sounds good.
That's great.
Anything else you need from us, Stephanie?
Just to make sure you guys include me if there are those conversations about the Mill Road Highway 20 roundabout, just with the port in the city, just so we kind of get that figured out, who's where. I just want to make sure that I'm supporting the right people, if that's something they're going to be moving on to.
Okay, I've got a note for that.
Perfect.
You want to set a time of 3 o'clock on the 6th? While she's here.
Does 3 o'clock work for you tentatively, Stephanie, on the 6th?
Checking. Sorry, I'm on the same device. Yes, that works perfect.
Okay, let's pencil it in.
Perfect. Okay, and will the clerk send a link?
Well,
or should
do it.
Or is it okay? Because I can just use this one if it's the same.
Same link each time.
Perfect. I love consistency.
All right. Anything else? Are we ready to wrap up this item?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us, Stephanie.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Oh, absolutely. And again, I apologize for the car office, but this works out perfect. I can pop into my next meeting. So I really appreciate you guys understanding.
Of course. It's going to be a lot of that, I'm sure, during session.
Very, very true. Very true. Good point. So, and I know we all understand the multiple different offices. So I just appreciate the grace and understanding. So, and the opportunity to participate in Commissioner Dean's last meeting. So it has been an honor. So, and we look forward to having free agent Dean on the ground. So
I like okay, thank you, Stephanie. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, everybody. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, I almost left the meeting. Have I mentioned I'm just going to check out? All right, do we have anything else on the agenda today?
There is one, there's one that was no set time before the afternoon, and that was the annual review of the LTAC.
Right.
But there also is another one in the afternoon session, and I don't know if you want to bump the LTAC.
Are you-
afternoon.
What are folks feeling? Are we hungry, tired? Keep going.
You wanna finish off before lunch? Is that what you're thinking? Okay, I'd rather just come back and take it after lunch.
Okay, we've had a pretty heavy morning.
Yeah.
Okay,
And then we have climate
yeah,
too.
that's, and then just those two in the
Yeah.
afternoon, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right, let's recess for lunch, come back at 1:30 for those two agenda items.
Good.
Finally, it's recess.
Good afternoon, everyone. Really calling us back into session for the last time now. And we have a couple more pieces of business in this next meeting of the year. Unless we need an emergency meeting.
Yeah.
Because it's two, we're not two, so.
Right.
First up is our annual review of the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee. Mark, you want to tee us up?
Sure, my computer sort of rebooted over the lunch break, so I need to find the document. Guide our discussion.
Does anyone remember when the last time we did annual review of LTAC was?
Prior to my time.
Never.
Never.
So now we're gonna do it forever.
We should,
Annually.
with the RCW,
Right.
Mark, do you want me to hand it to you and have a?
Is that?
And I thought that document in front of me.
We got it right here. All right, commissioners, in preparation for this, I put together with the help of a couple of you. The document here. That talks about recent events, and then at the bottom here. Proposes a process for you to follow today. So I'm not aware in my time here that LTAC has ever had an annual review. At least not one that was structured. And so this might be a first.
And maybe just for the public's benefit, we're stating that state statute requires that the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee appointing authority, which is us, review the membership of the committee annually and make changes as appropriate, language right out of the statutes.
Right, thank you.
Which we haven't been in the practice of doing.
Yeah.
Great, so how do we proceed?
Well, so bullet number one on this talks about recommendations that the LTAC.
Yeah.
You say LTAC committee, it's committee twice. So
Right.
LTAC recommended to the board. And they made those recommendations even though they knew that you had different priorities. And so this is the list that was submitted to the board, and I believe for the sake of expediency, you went ahead and funded these recommendations.
And was there conversation in that, because you were chairing, correct?
Yeah, and during the same meeting, the board discussed performing the annual review, and that's what we're here to do.
So, because Mark just said that they funded things outside of what we had asked them to consider. Was there conversation to that?
Yeah, so the committee felt that because the RFP had already been released with priorities included in them, or that at least the scoring criteria, that it would be unfair to judge them on different criteria. So that was one of the reasons expressed for not taking priorities into consideration.
Okay.
Okay, I recall talking about each of the current LTAC members and what their tenures have been. And I think you said you would do some research into that.
Yeah, I was not able to get that from staff. Everybody was just too busy at the end of last week.
Okay.
So we do not have that, but we do know that the membership has been largely the same for a number of years. It's been the same for the.
It's been the same organization on LTAC since 2012 was when I became involved with it, so it's been the same groups.
And certain of them are dictated by the RCW?
RCW requires that we have 2 receivers of lodging tax, so people that have been funded previously by lodging, or organizations that have been funded previously by LTAC, and 2 that contribute, that is,
Hotels or whatever.
hotels or transient rentals of one sort of group.
And a total of how many people?
At least 4 plus a commissioner. I think you can add more if you want.
Just to get the sidebars going.
Okay. Not having the tenure for each member, we do know what 12 years by the organizational membership, even though the reps for those organizations may have changed during that 12-year period. Second step is to review the degree of congruence between county commissioner priorities and recommendations given by the budget.
I think we could say low congruence. I mean, you know, the thing that really stuck out to me was not funding TCC or even LTAC with the staff member, which would only add to the capacity of LTAC. Is more than just not wanting to change priority midstream, but a real sign of irreconcilable difference.
Yeah, I think it would have. I think there could have been a common ground found with. Honoring the existing RFP, but also then trying to enact the priorities of the BOCC, and so it was a little, I think a little unfortunate that it was, that our priorities were just dismissed wholesale instead of saying, hey, let's find a way to incorporate these in the award process.
I will say people from TCC, the current chair of TCC, reached out and is eager to keep working, though we have no financial way to keep it going with what, you know, took staff member, a contractor, $54,000 a year, we have now have $0 for in 2025, and they were very polite, asking about things that I had wanted to raise, and I do really have like a kind of a work plan in mind for the Tourism Coordinating Council. I'm not exactly, I guess I'll just, I mean, assuming that I'm still on that one, I'm happy to have the conversation with Heather and Heidi too on the 6th about a different direction if you guys want, but I mean, if I was still on TCC, I would try to use them to really develop the metrics. So, you know, ask all the hotels to start, let's figure out what our average occupancy rate is per month, what's our average daily rate per month, and start to kind of unwind and unbraid the LTAP funds. There's a lot of assumptions, I think that we can also really develop a master plan for the Gateway Visitor Center that is good work for TCC. And then I also think that developing a standard operating procedure, you know, we heard about code compliance and how they use it. I've been really studying JeffCom 911's standard operating procedure, and do believe that some of the, I guess, design ideas I have for a more effective and measurable visitor information system, we can develop with that same group. You know, they seem like they're still willing to come to the table with me, so I'm happy to keep going through that work with the TCC as it's constituted. I mean, we've got to do some bylaws changes, because, you know, right now it still talks about the secretary and reporter being the contractor that is no longer funded, and kind of, you know, wrested the wheel away, but we don't exactly know where it's headed then.
You're looking forward.
I'm not looking forward to it, but
I mean, you're looking, like, I feel like we're at the review, we're.
Oh, yeah.
you know, review, and you're looking forward, I know they're related,
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to, how can we still move forward? But yeah, no, I mean, I'm just kind of talking about how I see TCC in this coming year to inform a conversation about that.
I'm glad to hear that folks are reaching out to you, and you know, I think since you have a vision and have expressed a desire to implement that vision in the coming year, it would make sense for you to stay in that role and, you know, try and see it through, so.
Yeah.
Right, the ship.
Try to.
And so. I feel like I would love it if there was like an operating manual for, that's sort of like some kind of. Like, the review the tenure of each LTAC member, you know. What is our goals? Our goal to cycle people through, and they're on for like 3 years, and then, you know, are there term limits that we want?
We don't have bylaws. That's something else we tried to work on last year, was bylaws. Of course, the lack of staff capacity and everything was a real struggle to get that done.
And that's happened, you were talking with the city about their kind of reform of LTAC. And it seemed like there was some good model, there were some good guiding principles coming from there and addressing it run on. Yeah, so
we had invited the city out to give a presentation on that before everything went up in smoke.
So you invited them to where?
To LTAC to give
To
a
LTAC.
presentation, because we did a real, you know, we did 5 extra meetings over the summer trying to straighten out what I saw was convention based on past practice, and it was just quite clearly the convention that the group wanted to keep with, you know, I mean, I think I talked about how, what we, put this new blank document out and then, some members just populated with the existing RFP. I mean, it was, there's a real,
Well, there's basically very little capacity, right, for LTAC.
well, there's no staff capacity,
Right.
right, yeah, but,
I mean, it goes a little bit.
clerk
Yeah,
capacity.
yeah.
But I guess I was also talking about evaluating the effectiveness of programs funded by LTAC when I was talking about TCC. I do feel like we can't really, I mean, I have ideas, but I don't think we have done it yet, but I am hoping that TCC can serve that function in the coming year.
Of evaluating the effectiveness. So are you proposing that we have a staff position for TCC or?
No, we didn't get funded. I don't think we have staff, budget capacity to add a staff member. So no, I wasn't suggesting that.
Unless we do another RFP.
Yeah.
25.
Right.
Yeah. Which is a possibility. Are there, I know there's kind of, we've heard there's industry metrics to evaluate effectiveness. But it sounds like they're a little bit squishy, right? Like it's on a website, how do you connect that to actual heads and beds? And in your kind of study of this, do you think that there are better ways to evaluate the effectiveness to through technology or otherwise to track?
Well, I think it depends on what you're doing. Destination marketing, I think, is really difficult to evaluate. I think event marketing is a little bit easier to look at year over year. What is the progression? And there's been more efforts to identify, the provenance of travelers, so like if we have the Quilcene Parade, how many of those visitors that you can talk to are from more than 50 miles away, which is kind of the metric. They're creating lodging taxes by putting their heads in a bed.
Can you just count the number of heads in bed?
Well, we don't know how many that's one of the things I want to do this with TCC is establish how many beds do we have.
But TCC doesn't have any capacity. That's what we're.
Oh, yeah, no, but I mean, TCC is made up of hotels and I think we can do a survey and I'm still willing to do with LTAC, we did 4 extra meetings that I staffed and created materials for it. So I'm willing to do that if that's what we want. I'm willing to go to a different direction and let it go too. But I feel like because of my action, this is why it's unfunded now. So I'm just willing to take responsibility for that and try to keep through the conversation.
It would be good to outline some like metrics that we're interested in having as a group and task TCC with bringing those back. Like by June or something, so that we can actually review something. What are we reviewing right now? That's my question. It's like, what is it that we're reviewing?
Well, I don't think we can really review those last 2 bullets, but I think we will be able next time. I think we can definitely review the degree of congruence between the county commission of priorities and the efforts made. I mean, I think what my recommendation would be. I've already made it. I think it's time for new organizations to sit on and help that. And I think, yeah. Period.
Do you have prospects?
Well, I think another thing I haven't talked about that we should is short-term rentals. I think it's another conversation. I'd love to connect BCD and that too, but I'd love to, I would say we want to start talking about the ability to use LTAC for workforce housing as well. I think.
So when you say short-term rental, do you want a short-term rental provider to sit on LTAC?
Yeah. And oh yeah, absolutely. I would argue that, like, I believe all of our other boards, you should be a resident of Jefferson County. Because I think this is not just about marketing, it's also about the systems in our tourism system. So I just think it's like a baseline requirement for almost anything. You wouldn't want a planning commissioner who didn't live in Jefferson County, right?
I feel like we need to create the job description, you know?
Yeah, yeah. I like, I mean, I think there's value in having a short-term rental representative on TCC, but I mean, on LTAC, sorry, but I'm a little concerned, you know, just knowing that we're trying to wrap our arms around the impacts of short-term rentals. That, you know, kind of giving a really strong voice to you know, someone who has a relatively small, I don't know, if there are people who own multiple short-term rentals in the county that there are in town. But I think just like, you know, in terms of priorities, like my priority isn't to see a proliferation of more short-term rentals. And so I just want to be a little bit careful to weigh the voice of short-term rentals in that conversation. That just worry that it could lean towards a prioritization of funding things that encourage short-term rentals, when I feel like as a county, we're actually trying to contain that because of the impact. So just thinking how to like right size that so that we're not creating any sort of bias or incentive around rentals, short-term rentals, at the same time that we're like treading carefully and figuring out how to regulate them.
I mean, I think it's way past time that our tourism conversations included that group. I mean, if I look at our lodging tax numbers, it's clear that the real impact to it is those 300 to 500 short-term rentals. That's what's really added to our number. I think it's a pretty nuanced conversation. I don't think that if you make it harder for there to be short-term rentals, that ends up, less short-term rentals doesn't necessarily mean more long-term rentals. It doesn't mean more houses on the market either. It often means just houses are going to sit empty, right? So I think having some of those voices at the table is pretty critical and acknowledges, you know, if I just look at the number and, you know, 2015 when an Airbnb started, you know, remitting taxes directly on behalf. 2012 they started. You can just see the growth in the lodging tax numbers. So I think now is the appropriate time to have someone in that voice. You know, when short-term rental person on LTAC is not a majority, and it's timely with our DCD's planning work about it as well. And I think there's a voice that has been silent so far.
This related in a sideways way, but you were doing some work looking into short-term rentals and working with grandkids. Did you hand that work off to someone at DCD or?
Yeah, Brent is working it through the planning commission process. It's going to come to you in early January. Okay. Recommendations from the planning commission. Great. And I'm not sure where they've landed, if they're like with the residency requirements or looking at a number of different.
I mean, on-site residency.
Yeah. Which is what a lot of places that are approaching this aggressively are doing. Because you don't have the problem then of the house otherwise sitting empty.
Right. I think that like Palm Springs, I think did that and ended up not creating more rentals and just really impacted the tourism market without creating more affordable housing. But
right.
I don't know the answer. I don't think it's not a binary thing. Figure out, and you know, these lodging taxes, you know, can be used for a lot of different really positive things. Like again, I focus on infrastructure. I feel that's like what our real dirt of is in Jefferson County. Yeah. So and for placemaking in the Tri area, I think we've got real opportunities for a slower conversation.
Yeah, I think the part of the challenge, and there's just so many steps involved here, the relationship between TCC and LTAC and the looking at changes that need to be made to our code for TCC and LTAC in our code.
TCC with their bylaws that are, it's our organization and our resolution formed it, but there's no code.
Is it not referenced in our code?
Is it section DMO?
So So still our DMO, but, you know, we
Folder is-
assigned all those, the money for any DMO to other organizations. So, you know, what it is kind of, you know, to a degree, what we make it at this point.
Yeah, there's just a lot of different levers here that I'm trying to figure out, like, how and when to pull them all and where to put what, so like, you know, our priorities. Where do those live? Putting those in code or policy probably doesn't make sense because they're gonna be changing over time.
San Juan County.
3.25. That's
3.25, okay.
But what about TCC? Can't remember.
San Juan County has a policy paper that the commissioners and LTAC collaborate on every year. And that's the document that got filled out, you know, when we had the blank to be exactly like the existing one. I mean, there's different ways to do it, but I think having a living document that reflects the conversation between the boards is good. I think it's clear that this board has different goals. I don't think we're ever gonna be able to talk about workforce housing. I mean, Kevin said a lot of things I agreed with at some of those meetings, you know, talking about the ineffectiveness of the Forks Visitor Information Center for any tourism dollars in Jefferson County, which really does, and I don't really believe in visitor information centers as they are either, but he also said that, you know, these dollars are really supposed to benefit our organization. And I think that is kind of, you know, that's a conflict of interest that is built into the state law, but it doesn't mean that, you know, I think too long with the same organizations there, and you really start feeling that.
So TCC is not mentioned in the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee section of the code, but it is mentioned as an example of who is eligible for funds distributed by LTAC. That's it. That's the only reference to TCC in the code.
Established by resolution 78-03.
And it's been doing some funny stuff, right? Like it doesn't have any financial oversight or anything, but it's not about TCC.
It annually recommends a budget consistent with the requirements of ordinance number 02 that follow to carry out said marketing strategy. In the resolution, it says that.
Yeah, it's just like, I find it hard to know where to like start the process.
Yeah.
On schooling some of these to improve it, and you know, like, yes, we could say, Greg, run with it, and but it would be a lot of check-in and, you know, steps along the way, but sort of what your appetite for that is, but.
I don't have a tremendous appetite for it, but I'm willing to do it because I feel like it's a mess that I made. I do believe we have a problem with the LTAC as it is constituted.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think the mess that was made was well intended and, you know, to get to the better outcomes, so I do trust that. Well, and to improve the process and the effectiveness of these funds. So I still support that. But it's, just like, I don't, is it realistic to put on the shoulders of you and, you know, maybe Mark, the rewriting of these foundational documents, and a lot of work.
I mean, I hope to be able to work to a new set of bylaws with TCC, and, you know, LTAC, we need bylaws too. We don't have any bylaws on the way for LTAC, so I mean, basically one of our other funding committees, you know, with the RCW of course behind it, the kind of BHAC sort of, it's very similar, so I think you just gird the BHAC bylaws with the RCW.
It would seem to make sense to do all of that work before, you know, if we were going to consider some changes, and changes both to the foundational documents and then ultimately the membership.
Put out a call for members,
but it would make sense to do that foundational work first, and then that's gonna slow the process. And if we want to do that process to fund, you know, do a supplemental RFP to fund some more staffing, like, we need the committee. to
I
do
don't think
something.
this committee will do the foundational work with me, someone else could do that. I mean, I just think that I've tried for a year already to make that progress, and it's a challenge, and there's just a lot of resistance to change.
But that's what I'm saying, so if we need, like, it doesn't make sense to reseat LTAC until we've done all that foundational work.
I have the opposite opinion. I think it doesn't make any sense to do that foundational work until we have a new.
Because you'd like to do it with them, yes, even though the code and statute is out of our hand, but code and resolutions are clearly within our purview.
Yeah.
And then we have an opportunity to put our priorities on that to some degree.
Right, and I mean, I think when we do an RFP, we talk about the collaboration with the county goals, you know, as kind of being a prerequisite, and I would also say residency.
Yeah.
That's kind of with you, like. It'd be nice to define a process and. Set of operating principles, and then recruit for that. But I can see how it'd be nice to have. People on the ship with you, building the ship as you go.
Although it would be presumably folks new to the process, which.
But you would still need a job description for recruiting the people new to the process, right?
No, you still need an RFP, yeah.
Yeah. I don't really feel ready to take action on anything today, because I feel like there are too many questions. Up in the air.
I feel ready to take action.
Well, you're always ready to take action.
As part of the review. Of the existing LTAC board, you're not ready to take action, or in terms of thinking about the future of these?
I guess it's not my job to think about the future, because it's the job of, I wanna know whose job it is to think about the future, and you're saying it's the new LTAC once. We have a new LTAC.
With the BOCC.
And what then is the role of TCC, like in the San Juan example? that
There's
you-
no analog in I don't know, they've got their own, I'm not quite sure what the analog is, but I mean, I guess the role of the unfunded TCC, as I see it, is just try to flesh out those last bullet points and try to develop ways to measure the impacts of LTAC funds as they're being used, as well as start to look at gateway, a master plan of gateway, and, you know, interface with the conversation about short-term rentals, and hopefully work on a standard operating procedure that is like, this is what we want to work on with this is how we interface with visitors when they come in to get positive impacts on the other side. You don't want just how many people walk in the door, but what's happened when you walk out the door is the more important.
I love the idea of evaluating the effectiveness. I would like to see. Specific examples of how you do that evaluation. I guess what I feel like is this is all just like ideas coming out of your mouth, which is great. But there's no like. There was nothing to review. I haven't had a chance to think about this stuff. You've been thinking about it a lot. I know, I get that.
Not my agenda, but I can show you, I can send you a paper that talks about how we would measure all of these.
Okay. So I feel like that's what we're kind of trying to. Work towards, right? Is what's the path forward? And. Are we reviewing the tenure of each LTAC member, or are we reviewing? Just the membership of LTAC? I mean, the tenure is how long they've been on LTAC.
Yeah, which I think was, just kind of reflecting that the membership has been fairly stagnant for a long time.
And it's interesting looking at it is like the entities have been stagnant.
Yeah, and the language in the RCW is to review the membership. Yeah, it's pretty broad. Review the membership of the advisory committee. getting some important calls and.
You take a little recess?
Is that all right? Okay, do you mind, Carolyn, if we recess for 5? Okay, thank you. All right.
Yep.
Okay, thanks, everyone. We're coming back into session after a quick recess. And continue our conversation on LTAC membership. I did have an idea, which is, if we were to decide that we wanted to bring in new members to the LTAC, that one way to instill our priorities, to kind of institutionalize those would be to, in a request, and maybe this is what you were saying, maybe I misinterpreted when you said a request for proposals, but request for applicants for new members. Oh, great, that would be. We would be, yes. Our priorities would be reflected in that.
Exactly.
As a first step to a new process. So I
Good idea.
support that. Sorry, just rewording what you said.
Yeah, no, I like it.
That helps, and we just did the LTAC fund, so we do have some time right now. Or.
Yeah.
Reorg.
Unless we want to do a supplemental, since we didn't spend all of the 25 funds.
We could.
There's not, I mean.
Post
there's
that
not much. There's a 150, yeah.
And that's a staff person.
Yeah, we could get the capacity
PCC
meeting.
and or-
Yeah, possible, yeah.
That would be a really good thing, I feel like.
Explaining we've had a lot of participation from a really dedicated group of volunteers that
For decades.
yeah, that we're wanting to bring in some new perspectives and I think the thing I would ask Greg is just that we find a way to kind of not throw the baby away with the bathwater, right? That there's a lot of deep roots and professionals in this field that, trying to work with them to create a new shared vision that both incorporates the more traditional tourism marketing that we're familiar with and that starts to experiment with new ideas too.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Priority.
Some of them haven't, some of these individuals haven't been on, LTAC for that long, I mean, Tara's only been in her role a couple of years, for example. And I find her creative and, I don't wanna just say, well.
I mean, you don't have to use the bomb sound.
That's kind of how I felt like we've been going though.
Well, what if, we don't need to, we could open up all of the positions and
Could reapply.
and folks could reapply if they're interested in the new priorities that are being set forth.
Yeah.
From the commission.
Yeah.
I think that's,
Fine with that.
and ask for some demonstration of that in the application process.
That phone call brought a lot of clarity. So what's the action that's needed today? I mean, we were supposed to be reviewing the tenure of LTAC.
Yeah, so I could say, I could make a motion that, as a result of the annual LTAC review process, move that the board, write new priorities for the LTAC committee and open all of the LTAC positions to new application, to align with those priorities.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? I'll open it up for public comment as well. All right. A motion on the table. Did that make sense, Carolyn?
Yeah.
Would you want whatever Greg writes out to come back to the board for review before issuance?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna open this up for public comments. There is a motion on the table to write new priorities for LTAC and open up all of the LTAC positions for application consistent with the new priorities. Would anyone like to make public comments on this motion?
There's a hand in the room.
Commissioner-elect.
Hello, I'm Heather Dudley Nolet. I live in Port Townsend. I'm Commissioner-elect. Certainly will have some input, and so I'm listening closely. The things that were coming up for me while I'm listening to you all right now, it really occurs to me that people from LTAC and TCC are not in the room, and I'm just curious about that. I'm sort of curious about the process, and I'm curious to hear their input. I know there's a long history around this and a lot of contentiousness, but I'm always curious when the people who are doing the work aren't involved in the conversation. And then a couple of other things that were coming up for me. You were talking about ways to get the kind of presentation or get the feedback on effectiveness. So I'm just wondering, I know you can't answer right now, but do they make presentations now, like are made to the Housing Fund Board, that are made to the Behavioral Health Advisory Committee? Do they come back and present, those who are funded, presenting on their effectiveness? And then as the board then writes those priorities, can they include their sort of metrics in those presentations? And then the last thing that was really occurring to me was who else is really effective already at gathering tourism metrics. And so I think of the Port Townsend Main Street program, which has a long history of gathering metrics around these things. Our former visitor information center, regardless of opinion effectiveness there, they did have some good metrics tools. So reaching out to them. And the other one is the Washington State Parks. They do a really excellent and thorough job of gathering metrics around tourism to their parks. So if it's possible to reach out to them and get some feedback about the tools that they use for metrics, I think that could be effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather.
And I think I brought over, Shelley Yarnell and
Good afternoon, Shelley.
Good afternoon. I'm recovering from the flu, so I hope that my voice holds out. I would just like to say I, maybe to his surprise, agree with Greg that we need to have some sort of term limits on these people, because there are lots of people that want input for the LTAC decisions, and to have the same people doing it over and over and over, the more you do it, the more important you feel, I think. So having an amount of time that switches would stop some of that and would give you lots more input on a wider range of things. I love the idea of having people provide metrics on what their funds have gone for. I think that sometimes, again, you get the funds and that's the last you ever hear from them. So having an ending report or something, I think would be really valuable. I like visitors information centers. I think that the Gateway Center is focusing on that 100% is a bad idea, because it doesn't point people in the other directions of the county. It strictly kind of points them in the Port Townsend direction, and that's historic information. It's not something that I'm just saying. So when we have people in Brennan or in Quilcene, they really appreciate the visitors' information that they have there, and I think that's important to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley, and rest up. I hope you're feeling better. Mr. Cherish, good afternoon. This is the last public comment I'll get from you, Mr. Cherish.
Oh, I suppose you'll miss them greatly, as we will miss you. To the topic at hand, of course, the Board of County Commissioners has the power to appoint and the power to unappoint, I guess that's the word, not disappoint, maybe both. But this concept of simply dismissing an entire board because you don't agree with the direction that their decisions have taken seems a little extreme to me. It also shows some disrespect for the people that are long-serving volunteers for the county. I wonder what sort of message it sends to the rest of the many, many dozens of other volunteers. Might want to think about that. But so you've decided to do that, and so that's the way it is. Term limits, I think, are a terrible idea for volunteer organizations. Everybody has to reapply for their job every N years, whatever that term is, and that's everybody's opportunity to jump in and become a new member. It's hard enough to find volunteers for a lot of these agencies or committees. And so I don't think you should even think about imposing term limits. However, the residency requirement should be adopted as a matter of policy by the county for all of its committees. That doesn't seem to be the case in almost all situations that I can recall. There is that for the one committee that I'm on, which is the Ferry Advisory Committee. That's in the RCW though. But for the county created committees, definitely should be a requirement. Finally, in terms of evaluating the performance of a future LTAC or any other committee, you need to define the metrics and define how you measure effectiveness, because otherwise it's just an arbitrary thing that somebody is going to say, oh, well, I don't think they're performing very well. So it needs to be based on facts, on data, and a fair and equitable evaluation process. So that's it. Thanks very much for the opportunity, and thanks again, Commissioner Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Anyone else like to provide public comments? The motion on the table. All right, close public comment.
I'll speak to Heather's question about what kind of reporting out, and we don't have verbal reports about results or anything. We have financial reports that the money was spent and everything, and that was another thing we were trying to work on with LTAC this past year, was getting each recipient to come in and give a presentation. So I think that's definitely something that you can I kind of agree with like a lot of the comments that we got. I think this is a complicated situation. I hear the comments. I guess I don't have a lot of response. Appreciate them.
I appreciate the comments, and in terms of, I guess a lot of my I want metrics. I want reporting on metrics. I want there to be some consistent gauge that we're gauging against, and would love to know what those proposed metrics are. And so maybe that can be part of the process. That I don't know. I just feel like I have very little clarity about what the path forward is going to look like.
I can throw metrics at you if you want them right now.
I don't want more stuff thrown at me.
Okay.
I would like to see something written down that I can digest and reflect on and write questions or
I
comments
will
on.
send you some potential metrics, but
Okay.
I hope it worked out with the group.
Yeah, I just think that having a proposal for people to respond to, it's hard for me. This conversation is great, but I feel like, what are we really responding to, or what are we setting our course towards? I don't have a lot of clarity about that, and that's been hard in this entire conversation over the last couple of months. But in terms of term limits, most of the nonprofits I've worked with, the volunteer boards have term limits. And I feel like it's a very good practice, because on those cycles, people either reapply or say, I'm interested in staying on the board for whatever reason, or they're saying they say, I'm ready for someone new to come on.
Well, there's a difference between a term and term limit, right? So we
Right.
3 years is the term,
Right.
but to say, oh, you can only serve 2 terms and you have to cycle off would be a term limit, I think. So I think that's what Mr. Church was talking about.
But that's what, oftentimes nonprofits have a term limit,
Yeah,
like three-year
they do.
terms or something like that.
Yeah, and I think you do want the
Fresh
term,
energy.
yeah.
Fresh energy. So I would disagree with that comment of not having term limits. I agree with who lives in Jefferson County. That makes a lot of sense. I just feel like I'm sensitive to the comment that the people and entities we're talking about are not in the room. I not too long ago was at the table with them, going through all these applications and having these conversations. And I really valued their perspective and experience. I remember when Shelley was on committee, and I mean, she was such a strong, I mean, there's been so many great people on the LTAC committee. That I feel like I really don't wanna create a situation where we're disenfranchising all of them. Full stop, in one fell swoop. But I think if we have the idea of like, the commissioners have. A set of priorities. And we're soliciting participation in this committee based on these priorities, I think that's. A good kind of reset. So I really appreciate that suggestion. Okay. Not as clearly or something.
Not as clearly, I guess, or it just came from me, I don't know.
No.
Well, and I mean, I think this gets to one of Mr. Tierce's points too, which is, are we dismissing the entire board, or are we creating some new priorities and seeing who's interested in working with those priorities? And that requires opening it up to new membership. And when there's been some demonstration that the existing board wasn't open to those, wasn't interested in those priorities. So I think
I feel like what I want us to do is the second.
Well, I mean, if we say there's a residence requirement, that eliminates half of it.
So these new priorities will.
It's a little bit of both.
Exactly. Yes, yeah. Yeah, anything else?
No, so you're gonna bring back a proposal.
Okay, can I call the question and then we'll discuss next steps?
Of your proposal, your motion.
Yeah.
That you made, yeah.
Yes, okay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye passes unanimously. Sorry, no. Next steps.
I think it's.
I mean, I think so there's a couple things that you need, right? We probably should have some sort of idea about what the bylaws should look like, and then the application form. And those are the next things, an application form, they're basically our normal volunteer form that also, references the requirements of the RCWs. And also highlights the priorities that we chose, that we should probably have another conversation with our incoming commissioner about as well. To make sure that we're all on the same page.
Well, I think if that was a draft, we'll have the opportunity to have that conversation.
And then we'll have to run it by legal.
Yep. Yeah, but probably we'll try to run it by legal before I bring it to at least look at it. Yeah, it'll take a couple weeks.
My thought was to take us a minute. Come on, Mark, you know us.
All right, feel clear
Yeah.
on next steps? Okay. Our last agenda item. Finish, so unfinished business. Is Jefferson County's climate adaptation and mitigation actions. So the climate action committee decided to move away from having organizational goals. Some of its members said that was, perhaps not what they weren't interested in setting goals per se, and so to kind of honor the ways that different organizations work, the climate action committee moved towards this idea of. So Mark worked with Willie to identify some immediate actions. I added a few things to a draft list for us to consider. Then we also have a list that's been kind of built on the last couple of years of different ideas to look at. So Mark, do you wanna?
It is so fitting that this is your last agenda item. You can be like.
So Kate mentioned my work with Willie Bentz on this, and he consulted the all hazard mitigation plan to come up with some suggestions, and then I shared this with Kate, and then Kate improved it to some extent. And I don't know which are mine, which are Willie's, which are Kate's, but certainly I think everything on this list is valuable mitigation or adaptation action. So, Kate, you want to take it from there?
Yeah, sorry, I don't have a hard time getting to the documents. Yeah, so the, first here, and, you know, there are a lot of things that could be included on this list, and I think we were trying to come up with really substantial actions, not, you know, every small thing. But, you know, again, this is draft, open to ideas. These are not binding. These are things that are, I think, realistic and in process already. And then, you know, maybe that's the difference too between actions and goals, is actions implies that these things that we are working on, and committed to in some way. But it leaves out some of the more granular stuff, which we've had on a goals list in the past, which
is
also-
strange, because it's not even really a goal, I mean.
Yeah.
I think the new list is so much more actionable, so it's you, I really appreciate the new draft.
And it's not, you know, by department, or we could think of other ways of organizing this. Mitigation and adaptation are the two ways generally that in climate work you separate out types of actions. And that's what was asked for from the Climate Action Committee as well, is to have it divided by these. Mitigation adaptation.
Yeah, I mean,
But there's a lot left out, say from the second page of the, or first page following the agenda request.
23 goals.
Yeah.
Did anyone loop back with the climate summit that Laura organized, and any of the actions that came out of the desired actions that came out of that?
I did glance at it, and that spurred a couple of the additions that I made, but a lot of them were aspirational. Right, so I was trying to identify the things that are actionable and currently in our work plan budget, you know, somewhere.
Is there a desire to make them measurable?
Yeah, that's kind of, again, what we moved away from at the Climate Action Committee, and, you know, so there's the question of, well, what is the Climate Action Committee asking of us? And then there's the question of how do we want to hold ourselves accountable to moving the needle on this issue? And so this, I'd say, meets the request of the Climate Action Committee, but not necessarily this isn't a climate action plan for the county to measure our success on. I will, you know, I think it felt like a little bit of an uphill battle getting consensus around how, if and how much maybe the county should be trying to implement a climate action plan. It often feels like an extra to departments, or like, we're just trying to do the work, like, why do we have to add on this other layer? So, you know, I think that's been something that I have not been willing to push.
Recycle paper, that was in the previous one, right?
Yeah.
Recycle paper.
Should be in there.
We're trying to go to paperless contracts. I'm
Oh.
sure Frederick's on board.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, we could add that to our.
Oh, it's in this one paper.
Save us a tremendous amount of money, yeah.
And here he's listening.
Well, we could add that.
Yeah, it should be on here.
I guess, do you want to try to incorporate some of the goals from the 23 updated and 24 list to the Word doc? Is that the idea? And what's the timeline?
Well, the public health ones might be worth considering, because they were the only ones that provided new goals this year.
Okay.
24, right?
Yeah, so let's take a look
You want me
at
to bring that one?
those. Yeah.
I do like my non-plastic swag that the best swag I got this year was the Public Works moleskin. So the pen disintegrated pretty quickly. 7-seaters pen, I supplemented it.
Nice. Yeah, so.
And like developing a commute trip reduction program, I mean, that's working remotely. I mean, that's the way to really do that. I mean, I feel like that's happening. So
We're very small
very
number of.
small. Yeah, I mean, there's so many jobs that can't really do that.
And it might feel a little unfair to say that we're moving towards that when most departments are not, don't want to do that.
Well, maybe that's the conversation we should have. I don't know, I mean, you know, especially if we're running out of space and, you know, renting, how many different office little facilities are we renting right now? 3, 4? Annex, you know, and, you know, and we still have public health folks and public works too, right? So it's like, I mean, that just, it seems like a place to have a series of challenging conversations, you know, not in the public sector, but just like in the public eye, but really departmentally about how can we reduce commutes by encouraging all, you know, recognizing other ways of work, what jobs are, maybe that's part of the job description, like do our job description reach have
Remote option.
well, if they are a remote option, or what percentage that is, you know.
We have done some of that. Mochi Lindblad with DCD works remotely.
Yeah.
Philip Hunsucker is working mostly from home, I believe. Melissa and Ariel, I think they're allowed to work remotely as well, and there may be others around the county. I mean, we could do a census or.
I mean, piecemeal, you know, that's like, those are all pretty high level positions, right?
Right.
So when.
But certain jobs, road crew, parks and rec, solid waste.
Right, no, yeah.
Facilities.
Of course, can't be a sheriff remotely,
Right,
yeah,
yeah.
the sheriff's deputy.
But all of our IT folks, they're in the office every day. So no remote work there.
I mean, that.
But it's.
Doesn't necessarily have to be that way.
Right,
It does
it lends
lend itself
itself to remote work.
So I think having that conversation systemically rather than on a case by case.
Right now it's ad hoc.
What's our timeline for this? I don't think we're gonna get you a tidy document at the end of this, but.
I mean, Climate Action Committee's been waiting 8 months, I think, for it.
Another couple of weeks.
What are we trying to do?
So their specific request was for at least at least top 5 priorities for adaptation and mitigation.
Well, it seems like we could come up with 5.
I mean, it seems like a Word document is that.
More than 5 of each
Yeah.
on the documents.
I mean, I agree with the Word document. I
Yeah, the
guess-
one that you were showing before seems
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
the one you were working on, Kate?
Yep, and
Yeah.
you know, and we could choose to add the conversion to paperless contracts.
Yeah.
And recycled paper, where otherwise.
I mean, like, so recycled paper, what's the cost benefit analysis on that? I mean, how much more did it cost for a remove?
Honestly, I mean, it was, not twice as much, but it was 40% more, something like that. 30 to 40% more.
I mean, when you think about all the paper that you, what is that cost? And then what's the result, both the recyclable, of course. So you're talking about the input stream is 40% less.
Yeah, virgin pulp.
I mean, I think it's paperless with, with the secondary recycled and then, you know.
Feels
just
like
to-
that's the real goal.
You wanna get a good recycle.
Yeah.
I've heard other people say that their recycled papers would, jam up in the machine, the one we were getting wasn't. So our recycled paper was fine,
I've never had that problem, jamming.
That might be a.
Yeah.
There's no projection.
I mean, I'm a stickler for recycles. I'm the same way about toilet paper, like this, we should not be creating a demand for virgin timber pulp from.
Especially with your new job.
Bidets in every bathroom, no more toilet paper in the town, right?
Love bidets.
I know, like some kind of Dyson product, right?
Just a kitchen hose.
Oh, God. In a pit.
Old fire recycled paper.
By the days.
Pit privy with bidet.
Yeah, for sure.
Too much white in there.
Yeah, no, you're right, yep, that's way too much.
All right, so I mean, I think we could easily include those in one bullet point
Yeah,
together.
totally.
Which,
That would be a mitigation.
Move to paperless contracting, so encourage paperless
reduction in paper use, maybe.
Yeah, reduction.
I've got my Word document.
Oh, yeah, I kept expecting it to,
Mark's doing it.
Okay.
Mark Sharon, oh, but he's not typing.
Are you typing?
Live.
You just
yeah.
added.
What do you want it to say?
Oh, okay.
We want to encourage. Not just paperless contracting, but,
Reduction, paper use
encourage reduction in paper. Yeah, paper use.
by moving to paperless, for example.
Something like having people watch you type.
Well, I know, like, Thumbsucker's my hero for live editing.
Yeah.
Yeah, good,
Is that okay?
Encourage, well, and. Double use of encourage. Use recycled paper. When needed, where needed, or.
Or when appropriate.
Yeah, I wilt under pressure.
You're the best editor though.
As much as possible, whenever possible.
Whenever possible. Oh, he got in practice.
oh, yeah, practicable, I think,
I don't know, that's too squishy for me,
all right.
Possible.
I
wherever.
mean, so it's possible, but that like, so my budget is predicated on the 40% less that I can pay for virgin pulp paper.
But if we're using less paper, then we can afford to use recycling paper for the pages we're printing.
Okay, when is it not possible to use recycled paper?
When there's a bunch of non-recycled paper left over, say, or it's you're printing something where recycled paper is on readily available.
So you're saying all new printer paper that's purchased is recycled?
Yeah, but again,
That's tough to monitor.
yeah.
You know, down in Clark County, we had a purchasing office where the purchasing manager could monitor what people were buying.
Yeah.
And we don't have that capability here. We could create it potentially. But
I'll defer on this one. I mean, I agree that it's important. I buy recycled paper, you know, but using less paper is better. So I'm much more excited about the paperless contracting system as a way that we're going to save. And also it's gonna, yeah.
Well, another one is print double sided.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, use recycled paper and print double sided when possible. Thanks, Mark.
And black and white. I don't know if that makes a difference, but I do a lot of. Draft stuff.
Yeah, no, smart. How about whenever possible? Sounds a little stronger. I know it's squishy.
Yeah, all right.
Nice.
Is on the first bullet, continue the conversion of county fleet to electric vehicles where appropriate, is appropriate the right word?
Well, we're not gonna replace a Ford 350.
Right, I get that, but.
Practicable.
Feasible.
To the extent possible. And there's judgment involved.
Yeah.
I like where appropriate.
Okay. So the Highway 19104 visitor centers, wouldn't that just be, isn't that one visitor center we're talking about? Isn't that Gateway?
Visitors,
And so.
it just doesn't,
It's a visitor center.
it doesn't need enough possible.
Right. Well, it could be any
Everyone-
three.
yeah.
Could be plural, it could be possessive, or it could be plural possessive.
There's only one of them on every 19.
Yeah.
It's specific here.
It's still not a possessive.
Groups.
Yeah,
That's
there you
it.
go.
Did you add the looking at the remote work options across the county at the same time you're looking at space concerns?
Yeah,
That's,
Under
that is mitigation, really.
review potential for remote work.
Mhm.
Is that mitigation or adaptation?
It's mitigate,
Both.
yeah, it's really both, yeah. Right,
Before.
primarily mitigation and then it's commute reduction.
I'm not sure we want to maximize it.
Yeah, how about,
I think it's about a
Consider-
broader conversation. I'm not sure how to phrase it, but. You know, I would even say something like explore remote work countywide, you know, I mean, like just, it's about. Is that too broad? Is that a weird mandate?
it's like the Garens.
You want to do a specific review of the.
Say maybe review county policies for
Right,
remote work.
that's not.
That's your road. Or
No.
another, we got the pictures from Quinault, too.
With an eye towards what?
Um. Work. To reduce, commute for commute reduction and, space needs.
Space constraints.
Yeah.
And what was the second word?
Space constraints.
Space constraint.
And in there.
And work.
No, not there.
Reduction
We still need commute reduction.
and remote work.
Did you?
Reduce the impact on those roads.
Especially if you drive one of those heavy EVs. Dig.
I'll put my little EV next to a big pickup truck.
Yeah.
That's not hauling any commercial, anything, any day.
Pounds per square inch.
Right.
We'll look at adaptation now, or
Sure.
we good with mitigation?
Yeah. Yeah. That's the first bullet is what we're looking at on these pictures. Working on number 3.
Working hard on number 4 too. I mean, all these things is like stuff we're really working on.
Yeah. Yeah, those look good.
Strong.
What about focus on sustainable harvest?
Oh,
We're already moving in that direction.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we have a sustainable forestry program.
It's in the mitigation list, 'cause yeah, and you know, some are both, that one is both.
Right here.
Yeah, that one is both.
That one.
Actually asked Cindy Jane which category that should go in.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The county forestry plan, 'cause it's so clearly both.
Right,
Looks good to me.
yeah, I think it was good.
We can address all of these. We'll be doing great.
What a.
And these are all things in process.
Yeah.
Good.
No,
You know, it's
good.
nice that it's.
Yeah, the other the first list was like, at the same time, super granular and also super broad, right? Like, but these are good.
Yeah. Well, I would, welcome a motion to adopt these mitigation and adaptation goals for submittal to the climate action committee.
So moved.
I'll second.
All right, let's open this up for public comments. Anyone like to weigh in on the proposed slate of climate actions as presented to for submitting to the climate action committee? Last call. All right, close public comment. Any additional comments?
Good work. Nice, yeah, your last work as a county commissioner.
Mark, you know.
That was, I mean, if I adjourn.
You're just gonna keep it going,
It's a little easier after recess.
Yeah.
Sure. All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Mark, would you mind sending me the updated list?
Doing that right now.
Thank you. I'll get it to climate action committee.
Excellent.
All right. Well,
There's no commissioner briefing or. Calendar done.
right, does anyone have anything?
I do have one thing to report. Can I just report it now?
Yes,
yeah.
Okay. So I had a meeting last week with Cliff Moore, our Proffman consultant for the county administrator recruitment, and Sarah Melanson. And in addition to talking through the process and the calendar, we identified a number of external individuals external to the county for Cliff to meet with, to interview about the job description and kind of the qualities we're looking for in this recruitment.
Okay.
So I just wanted to share that was the city manager, the port manager, the PUD manager, all of the three Quilcene, Port Townsend and Chimlicum superintendents, the Home Builders Association, the Realtors Association, and the EDC. So I didn't know if there were any additional ideas of folks on the short list.
NODC maybe. Pretty good with some.
Okay.
Maybe Jefferson Community Foundation, not someone we work with exactly, but they've got some.
And I said different segments.
Yeah, what about human services?
So hospital.
Rolly cap?
Yeah.
Which will see what.
Yeah.
What was that for the?
YMCA, like Tanya, she runs the human services collaboration.
This is also this is kind of to get that top line stuff, right?
Right.
Yeah, we don't want 57
Right.
people that they talk to. Yeah.
That's, and then we can invite more to the panel.
Yes.
And they're gonna be, we've put out the idea, the intention of having an evening reception the night before. With, open to the public at the Jefferson County Library for people to meet the candidates.
Oh, wow, you're already down the path that far.
Oh, we got a calendar.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's in this message, so I think it came out of this. Oh, wait, here's a calendar. Posting. On February 10th. And then April 24th, have a public reception with the finalists. And then final interviews on the 25th. Offer letter on the 1st, start date of June 15th.
Nice, a couple weeks.
So they can overlap, that's why we wanted the calendar timeline.
Yeah. I think I saw, sorry, I didn't ask if I could read your email over your shoulder, but it sounds like talking to department heads is one of the
Yeah.
steps, and would that be in a, like?
Department heads are one of the panels. There'll be 2 panels.
Oh, yeah, but that initial stakeholder conversation, like what are the qualities?
Yeah, I wonder if they could come to a management team meeting and.
Yeah. That's a good
There
idea.
is a forum for department heads and other electeds in this process.
But I mean, as they're forming you were talking about forming the application, basically, right? So is there a front-loaded position time for county leaders to?
In addition to, yeah, we are gonna let department directors and other electeds know that there's gonna be a organized opportunity for them to come and meet with Cliff and give their input in kind of a open forum.
Yeah. Could be a good brainstorm too, to hear them bouncing off of each other. Yeah. Yes. Okay.
I think.
Anything else looking?
You're doing KPTV this Friday,
I
right?
am.
Your farewell, okay,
Yeah.
so you just still have a little more work. Or you just bringing noisemakers and.
Yeah, no, I've got that. I've got to do the legislative priorities.
Oh yeah, do you wanna do looking for the shelter on Thursday or Friday? Is that Thursday or Friday better? I think they were still both open.
I'm not gonna have time to do it.
That's fine.
Right now and
I
then
think it
next-
only takes 3 or 4 people, right? We had too
It
many last
seems like
time.
it was way too many last time.
Yeah, Kate's in?
Yes.
Let us around the rest of the department.
Yes,
Okay, cool. Is Thursday or Friday better?
Thursday's better.
Okay, I'll see if that's still available. I'll let you know.
And well, let's say my family would probably help too.
Oh, okay.
Fun.
One thing,
I hope they get a lot of donations from like Christmas meals.
They might very well.
Yeah,
Like,
like
see what they're.
they were open, and then anyone, they had someone on Christmas, but no one on the 2 days
I
after.
just wonder if like some of the meals that are served in the community, if they end up with extra that go.
Or how to predict that, they could let you know. Right, you know, like on Christmas, they could.
Put it on a plan.
Mhm.
Yeah, we could ask the shelter manager to. Yeah, that's up. Make enchiladas.
Mhm. And they're gonna be making tamales this time.
I'm a little bit small.
Enchiladas are great and easy to make and big, and especially turkey enchiladas are the best.
They're wide open on Thursday. So
I just tear it up.
I'm gonna sign you and me up for Thursday the 27th.
Okay,
Alright.
Thursday's the 26th.
I think that's what I meant to say, Thursday the 26th.
Day after Christmas.
27th, I'll be at the Gates Foundation Coup exhibit with our environmental public health team.
Yeah.
It's great. Yeah, we're gonna go learn some stuff. It's great.
I'm gonna put in 5 participants so we can say we're gonna take the night. Drag my daughter down.
What else? What else is on the calendar?
You know, I did wanted to call out one thing from our budget meeting last week, just that really chilling statistic that Stacy teased out, that our sales tax growth that I've been kind of has been giving me ease is really that we're down 18% in retail sales tax, and that we're only go up this year because of all the construction, the sewer, the road construction, but we're down 18% retail. I think the city was up 6%,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, I asked Stacy to give me a trend line to see if that's a aberration this year, or if that's been consistent. And she said she's still working on getting that for me, so.
Yeah, something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, because this construction wave is like
At an end.
to an end with change in federal funding and state. So, I have to find a spot to sign.
I know it's.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
But this is
this
a
one,
great tradition.
yeah, you should definitely do it.
B.G. Brown.
There's a bunch on this one too.
Stand
You
on
sign on the little, the post?
Yeah, there's still a little room on
I
here.
think there's more room on that one than there is on this one.
Okay, grab it first.
Yeah, you can just erase Kathleen. Oh, okay.
Right. I don't even know a bunch of these names.
And it
It
could
should have put
be-
year.
Could be emergency commissioners.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, Nick Credo. Stendal. Glenn H. Honeyford. He was commissioner when I moved here in 99. Wow. 1969, I'm definitely gonna put the year. I think there's more room on this one. Over here.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hmm.
I don't know if, Heather, you have the story, I used to walk by that finial and spin it every time I walked by it. And finally, one day I picked it up and I was like, oh my gosh, there's signatures on it, and I was inadvertently running them down every time I said run them.
I don't think, so Commissioner Johnson was leaving, that's why I succeeded. I don't think he's signed, didn't get an opportunity to sign. Sadly. Okay.
I also wonder if you could start signing on that part rather than
Right.
that part.
Now that Tom Walker's gone, our previous facilities guy,
Yeah.
never
No.
allowed for that. He was a keeper of history of this.
Oh, yeah, the wood. I knew every burl.
At least you have a short name.
Yes.
That helps.
Yeah. I'm gonna write it really big. Right next to Kathleen. I'm gonna miss this. And a dreamy job.
There are adventures ahead.
Yeah, I'm sure something will come up.
Adventures ahead.
Such a long line, you know, it's like. Everything feels so important in the moment and when you're doing it, but you realize it's just a long endless arc, you know, we just take turns being.
Bending towards justice, right? Yeah.
That's right.
We hope, depends who you ask.
I looked online for a list of the whole history of commissioners and I wasn't able to find anything. I thought, I'm trying to convince my senior in high school to do that as a senior.
Oh, yeah.
So that's.
Could do 3 columns for the 3 districts, you know, and how they.
I think it would be really cool. I mean, of course, I have a stake,
Yeah.
family in there, but I thought it was just a remarkable piece of history that isn't available anywhere. Who all those commissioners have been over the years.
The land trust did something like that. For their,
Okay, point them in the
their
right
community open house
Yeah.
this year. They had like everybody who's worked at the land. Like, many people have been coming up to me. I didn't know you worked at the land trust. What? It was such an important time for me.
Right.
Absolutely. I mean, could be said too, that then you would need to go do it for all, employees and whatnot and other separately elected. But you gotta start somewhere.
Jean Ball has her hand raised.
I'm happy to take public comment. Hi, Jean. We're obviously being very informal today.
Well, I have avoided up until just now becoming emotional about your departure. Not sure I can contain that any longer, but I'm gonna try. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your commitment to the county, to the people, to the process. Thank you for not becoming a lame duck. And working right up past the finish line. Thank you also for revealing that little secret about the hidden signatures. I had no idea, and that is so charming. I just get a big kick out of that. I wonder if the Genealogy Society could provide any insights into who past commissioners have been over these many years. Maybe that is a good resource to check with, and I am curious, as are all of you. So thank you, Kate. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Jean. It's been almost always a pleasure working with you.
Oh, likewise.
Almost everybody pointed out at my party on Friday. It's like, I guess I have a reputation for also being, not conflict averse. I think everybody talked about me pushing, arguing, disagreeing. I'm from south side of Chicago, I can't help it. But I think government is better for it, when we have robust, conversations, which also means disagreement sometimes, and we make better, decisions when we have put it through the grist mill. I would encourage folks who are interested, and you know, I did this for obvious reasons, probably. I watched, I think we talked about this, Heather, Representative Kilmer's final speech on the House floor. And he talks a lot about the importance of loving critics of our institutions and of government, and how democracy relies on people not just being, you know, avid supporters of their elected officials, but being willing to question their elected officials, which Jean has been a good example of pushing back on, and also the institutions. And yeah, it was really, he of course gave a very touching last speech, and it was also fun to listen because I could hear my son, who was in the gallery with many people who have worked with Congressman Kilmer over the years. They gathered there to listen, and I could hear him laughing.
Well, that's right.
Yes. All right, I'm reluctant to adjourn.
But we don't have, we have till 4:30.
Memory lane. I will say the first thing I worked on, first session in January of 2017. First meeting was the passing the hazard mitigation plan. It was like 500 pages.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God.
What am I going to do?
I think it's more now. And we haven't passed another one since. Which
Yeah, we did. Well, yeah, it was drafted. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. You'll know.
Yeah.
When it's in your packet.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like that one on the counter.
Twice.
Make it for January 6th, Carolyn.
Yeah. Breaker on the first day.
It's not gonna be ready for them.
All right, anything else for the good of the order?
We'll miss you, Kate.
This here.
I miss this so much. It's just been
What are you gonna do? Like, what's the exhale? As she exhales.
yeah.
You gonna take a break? You gonna go somewhere fun for Christmas? Or you?
No, I mean, there's been a lot of stress about being unemployed, and it seems like that story is turning as we speak. So that allows me to breathe a little more deeply. But yeah, so it looks like I'll have a couple weeks to, I don't know. I think I actually want to like get work on my house.
Yeah.
You know, it's probably it's the things that the mundane things that have kind of suffered in this job, where there's just always something seemingly more important to do. And you know, I have the rats have pulled down the insulation under my house, and I'm finding these cold pockets, and like I think I might spend a few days under my house.
I've loved your plumbing posts over the course of the last few years. And I'm embarking on a plumbing adventure, luckily with the able assistance of my brother, who is like, he's the one person that I know on this planet who enjoys plumbing. And so my husband's like, "Pay attention." I'm like, "It's okay, Ken, I will." And he's like, "Yeah, you know I like plumbing." And I'm like, "Oh, thank God."
Oh, nice.
And I said, "I want to do it with you. I want to learn." And he's like, "You got this. We got this," you know, so, but yeah, I've always admired your plumbing prowess.
Well, it's
And I know it's been maybe less than prowess sometimes.
Oh.
You express it on Facebook.
yeah, no, it's all YouTube videos, and being a you know, largely most of my time in this job been a single parent and not a lot of financial resources, trying to keep my house and keep it operating. And so I've had to do a lot more DIY than I probably would have chosen. Yeah, but I appreciate learning new skills, so this old house.
1889 over here.
I'm 1890.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
All right, well. I love this county, and I feel so good that it's in such good hands, and just been a privilege to be in a long line of leaders here, and to leave it in such good hands is really gratifying, and I will miss it dearly, so we are adjourned.